Good morning, everybody. Before we get started here this morning, I'm going to read the opening here, and then we have a little bit of housekeeping before we call the first case. So I'm just going to go ahead with that, and then have a few questions for Curran before we get started. So good morning. You are attending the Animal Matters Commission hearings for September 13th, 2021. The Animal Matters Commission was established and is conducted in accordance with Article 12 of the Arundel County Code. These are administrative hearings, and by nature, they are informal, which means you are not hampered by rules of evidence. However, please be aware that you are still testifying under oath. Each party will have their opportunity to state their case. After each party states their case, we will have an opportunity to ask questions of the other party. Please do not interrupt the party, as you will be given ample time to talk. In many cases, we are aware that there is a history. You may briefly tell the commission about the history. However, please focus on the issue at hand. After each case, the commission will have open deliberations. During these deliberations, the public may not participate. If the commissioners have an additional question, you may answer that question. No further information will be heard and a decision will be rendered. This decision is a recommendation to the chief of police or his representative. The recommendation of the commission will be taken into consideration and a final decision will be made by the chief of police or his designated representative. If, as a defendant in the case, you are unhappy with the decision of the commission, you may appeal. For citation cases, appeals are made through the District Court of Maryland. For administrative orders, potentially dangerous, or vicious orders, appeals are made through the County Board of Appeals. Now, before we call the first case, I did not see Ed here, so that may cause some problems. So, Curran, I have a couple questions for you. First, well, let's start with Phil. Phil, have you heard from Ed? You're muted or not coming through somehow. So have you heard from Ed? Give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. Okay, is he, okay. Ed is not coming in. Okay. Oh, I see Ed, here he comes now. All right, so that's good. So Curran, I have a question for you.
I'm here, guys.
Okay, hey Ed.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. So Curran, what I would like to do this morning, since we're going to be reviewing evidence from our case from last month, basically for the committee members who weren't, or commission members that weren't here last month, we pushed the case from last month to this month so we could receive a full necropsy report from two deceased animals before we made our final decision. So for this morning, it's going to be myself, Jennifer Branza, Matthew Schreich, and Ed Evans are going to be the only ones actually participating in this case as far as votes go. But Curran, what I was asking is, would it be possible to have Stephanie Chibalko, Dr. Chibalko, review, and could we actually question her based on, you know, the veterinary aspects of this thing? Not that she would vote, but that we would be able to ask her opinions and things like that. Is that something that we can do?
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, the commission can get information from various sources. Like, you'd be able to talk to Robin to get information about kind of the policies and procedures of animal care and control. Okay. So if you have someone on the commission, I mean, only the four are allowed to vote, but if you want to have her involved in the conversation, she's still a member of the commission and still up there with you.
Okay. All right, that's fine. So I mean, potentially any commission member with any point could really, you know, participate, but in the end, it really comes down to the four votes. Okay. I think that was kind of my main thing. My other one was going to be with Ed not being there, if we could even, you know, move.
I have a question about that case. I saw that the final necropsy was just uploaded this morning, so I'm curious as to whether or not the petitioner had an opportunity to review it prior to today.
Yeah, that I don't know.
I don't know if like Philip knows, is that sent out in advance? I realize we're not under like normal discovery procedures, but
yeah, none of the case files are mailed out or sent out ahead of time.
Okay.
So we're all going to be basically seeing it at the same time here this morning and going through it at the same time. So we'll take our time and go through it and see where we're at. So I guess with that being said, I guess I'm willing to get started here unless anyone else has any other questions. You know, technically I acted as commission as the chairperson last month. Stephanie is here. She is the chairwoman, but for this case, I'm going to go ahead and act as the chairperson, I guess, during the rest of this case. and then we can revert and Stephanie can take over when we move on to the next case. So that being said, I guess go ahead, Phil, if you could call the first case for us.
Absolutely. The first case we have today is the continuance of Animal Care and Control versus Alyssa Abdullah for the petition for return for Loki the dog. All parties who have an interest in this case who wish to testify may now come forward and take the oath. Please utilize Zoom's raise hand feature. I'll get you added in one by one, and then everyone will be sworn in at the end. Let's see. Got the Abdullahs here. Bring them up. That should be it, really. Officer Keegan, you're already here. If you would, please state your name and address for the record.
Alexis Keegan, 411 Maxwell Fire Road, Millersville, Maryland, 21108.
Thank you kindly. Hang on for just a second. We'll get you sworn in at the end here. And the Abdullahs are here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear.
Perfect. If you would both please state your names and addresses for the record.
Alyssa Abdullah, 5597 Nutwell Sedley Road, Deal, Maryland, 20751.
Thank you kindly. And if everyone would, raise your right hand. Do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, I do.
All right. Thank you all kindly. If you would please remain muted unless called upon to speak, and we are good to proceed.
Okay. So, Officer Keegan, I'll start with you. I guess all of us are going to probably take some time breezing through the necropsy report, but if you've had time to review it, if you could maybe walk us through it, and if you have anything that's added, anything that's gone on since the last case that would be pertinent, you can let us know, or since the last hearing, I should say.
Yeah, I do want to, some questions that you guys asked last time. I wasn't able to get Dr. Wiseman to come. She had other court proceedings. And then on top of that, I did talk to PG County Animal Control. They said that they can enforce their laws, but if there's any stipulations, because they talked about possibly taking Loki back to PG County, that anything that's, if you guys decide to give him back, but with stipulations with it, they would not be able to enforce that, but they could enforce their own county laws. But just anything from here, they couldn't enforce in that county. Obviously, we can still enforce this if they keep the dog in this county. But with the final necropsy report, most of it goes and says that the goat most likely died of heavy parasite loads. Unfortunately, Dr. Wiseman wasn't able to find a definitive answer for Thor's demise, but did note in the necropsy report that it was most likely contributed between the two of them, that because of lack of clean water, shade, and shelter, that is likely how they died. She said it's hard to, I guess in necropsies, find when there's a lot of freeze artifact on the animals to see if it was because of hypothermia, and stuff like that. So that was mainly what this report says, but that mainly the goat died of parasites, but we just don't have a actual answer for the demise of the dog. I do want to touch base on everything that's happened since we last met on August 2nd. I did give the Abdullahs multiple compliance notices to help them get into compliance with our county laws. Since August 2nd, I have written them over 179 citations. Granted, there is a lot because of the amount of animals that they have. I do have to write one citation per animal that is in that environment. I started off with having to write 22 citations for failure to provide vet care for the chickens. I found out later on that when they were supposed to have a vet come out the day after the initial incident, that the chickens were never seen. So I gave them ample time to get a vet. I did give them sources where they could find a vet. They still could not get it in the time I allotted for them, so they did get 22 citations for that. Again, they were still having some issues with making sure the goat's water was clean. I did have to issue some extra citations for cleaning that out. Eventually now they are in compliance for that. Their water troughs are very clean. Even looking at them this morning, they were clean. And then on top of that, I did issue them 7 compliance notices at once. It was to help get the chickens enclosures and cleaning them out to be in compliance. I did give them a week So on August 18th, I issued seven comply notices. I gave them a week until August 25th. When I went out there, they only complied for 3 of the 7 comply notices. And then I issued citations. So I did give them 1 citation for vet care because after they made the appointment for the chickens, they couldn't find anyone that could come out and see all 22 of them. So I gave them an email with 6 chickens that I wanted to specifically be seen, them being a rooster. I found out that from their doctor that they actually slaughtered that rooster before the vet appointment, even though I had sent them an email with him with a picture of it on there. So he got 1 citation for that. They still weren't cleaning up feces in the shelter, so they got 22 citations for not cleaning up feces for the chickens. They also got 22 citations for failure to remove trash or anything that would endanger the chickens. Multiple times I keep finding that they weren't removing the trash. They had a board in one of the enclosures where there was nails hanging out of it, but they never removed that. They also got 22 citations for contamination of the chicken water. I did notice that they did finally raise the water off the ground, which will definitely help with mitigating that issue. And then they also got 14 citations for all 14 goats because they had buildup of feces within their enclosures as well. On August 31st, again, I had to write another 26 citations, 13 for not removing trash still and anything that could endanger the chickens. And also to remove the buildup of feces because there are still a couple of shelters that had buildup but could be used, but they weren't currently using them. It was mainly for their coops. And then back at the beginning of August, I did give them a 30-day comply notice so that they could come in compliance when it came to our laws for the sizing of their coops and enclosures based off of the amount of chickens they have. So it's 3 square feet per chicken and 10 square feet per chicken. So that came up, that was due by September 7th. I went out there and measured everything. They were in compliance for one of the enclosure sizes. When I was out there, they had split up the chickens 11 and 11. And so I had to issue 22 citations because both the coops were not of correct size based off of the 11 chickens being in there. One of the enclosures, they had a bigger enclosure, but they moved them into a smaller one. So the enclosure size was not accurate, so I had to cite them for 11 citations for that. And then another 11 citations because of the smaller coop that they moved these chickens into. Every time I'd go out there, the bedding was very old, there was feces everywhere, and so they still hadn't removed that. I just learned last night that they did get rid of 14 of their chickens now. So they are in compliance now based off enclosure size with having 5 chickens in one enclosure and 3 chickens on the other. But the fact that I've given them over a month to get in compliance for these things, to help clean up, make sure that these living environments are habitable for these chickens. I've given them plenty of information to help them. I gave them information that they could have bought correct sizing for coops and enclosures, but they didn't do that. I'm afraid that, with everything that's gone on over the last month, that Loki's care will not be adequate for them. But that's everything that I have to say.
All right, Officer Keegan, I got a quick question for you. I mean, basically everything we just heard was for chickens and chicken coops. Does any of the citations you wrote since the last case have anything to do with the livestock other than the chickens, like the goats or the property?
A few of it was for the goats, mainly just the buildup of feces. Their water has been cleaned, but it's just mainly buildup of feces, just not, they need to clean them out every day. And so when I go out there, it's definitely been a few days worth of feces that it's left in there.
So that's in their pens that they now have. So there's now, testimony last month with there was issues with the goats' access to shade and shelter and things like that. But as far as now the issue is the cleanliness of that shelter, but there is shelter provided, I think, correct?
Yes, and they did buy a portable shelter, so now they can actually move the goats around their property. So it was mainly the red barn that they were using because for the most part, when they hadn't bought the portable shelter, they were all still using the red barn, and so there was just buildup of feces. You could tell where it was clean and new feces, but they were still mixed up within the enclosure of trying to put new stuff in, but not necessarily removing all of the old stuff.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any other questions of Officer Keegan? No. Okay. Thanks, Officer Keegan. We may get back to you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Good morning, Abdullah, Mr. and Miss Abdullah. Do you have anything you'd like to add from, before we get into the necropsy report? Anything between, now and then? I understand Officer Keegan wrote you a lot of citations for. It seems like most of them were for chickens. We're actually here for, not for that. And if she wants to add that as supporting evidence for other things, that's fine. But I'm mostly concerned here today with, the larger livestock, the shelter and things available for that. The idea here is you want to get your dog back and potentially get it back on the farm. And I want to make sure that that's, if we're going to go that route, I want to make sure that that's all squared away. So, do you have anything else to add, related to any of this?
No, good morning,
Good morning,
Commissioner Berger and the other commissioners. So I appreciate the last comment you made in regards to the focus of today's hearing, because I guess we came more prepared to, like you said, discuss the necropsy report. And I think my wife and I were under the impression that we were not going to be discussing, I guess, new evidence or the different things that Officer Keegan just went over. I would say two things just quickly. I guess I still feel compelled to address some of that without getting into the weeds of things. We have submitted for trial for those citations that Officer Keegan wrote us up for pretty much for all of it, but for the chickens as well as the goats. So I think our perspective is we're concerned if that evidence is used to influence the commission when these are things that we don't agree with. And again, I don't believe the intent this morning is really for us to have a trial in regards to the accusations that Officer Keegan has.
No, I agree with you there. Like I said, I will, as far as the commission goes, I'm, to direct everyone to pay attention to, we're here to look at, the situation based on we can look at all that supporting evidence that you understand. I mean, it's been brought to our attention. We can't unlearn what we just learned.
Sure, no,
it
right.
doesn't have direct bearing on the goats, where the goats are living and where the dogs could live if we were out there. That's kind of where we need to be.
Absolutely.
And what's coming up, with the necropsy report. But I do want to make sure you guys have time to you've had as much time as we have now to kind of breeze through the necropsy report.
We haven't received it.
No, he's saying we got the information.
Oh, okay.
Yet,
okay.
So.
Yeah, I mean, so we just received it here this morning. Got a chance to read through it. I don't know if you were able to hear me speaking before we actually got started here today, but we have on our commission, we do have a veterinarian that was not able to be here last month, which I felt like kind of, would have been good to have, for this case, for all the medical information we received. So I do want to ask Dr. Chibalko some questions this morning about that report when she's had time to review it. And take her comments and concerns, because she's going to be the one that really understands a lot of the stuff that's on there. And we're going to, she's not going to be able to be voting on this part of the case, but she will be participating. And really any of our commissioners that are hearing anything moving forward can participate. They just will not be able to vote. So I just want to make sure you all are aware that the same 4 commissioners that were here last month are the only ones that are going to be voting on this case today.
Sure, no, I understand that. I appreciate the explanation. So just real quick, just to focus on some of the things that Officer Keegan brought up in regards to the larger animals, the livestock. Again, she's already confirmed, yeah, absolutely, that we have not had any issues with shelter, water. In regards to the feces, again, we're looking forward to having that conversation, I guess, before a judge. We feel like we have strong evidence that we have kept the pens where they have been in more than sufficient manner for the safety of the animals. So that, again, no issues from us since this the last time we've had the hearing. And generally speaking, like, our animals have been healthy and really no issues. Nothing outside of normal livestock practices. So again, we've dewormed them since the last time we spoke to you all. And just continue with the normal practices that we've been doing with the animal. So no other comments in regards to any of that.
Okay. Ms. Abdullah, anything at all?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. So have you had the opportunity, Dr. Jabalko, have you had an opportunity to read any of the either preliminary or the final necropsy at this point?
Yes, I read the preliminary yesterday and then got the final report this morning. Yes.
Is there anything that jumps out to you at all with this? I mean, basically our concern, was the exposure to these animals. Basically there was, lack of potential, shelter for the animals at the time. We didn't want to rule in this last month. I wanted to make sure that the animals weren't bitten by a snake or there was a poisoning or something like that. Based on these results, it's very similar to the preliminary. So I just didn't know there's some things in the preliminary, there's some numbers 3/9 as far as condition, and there's things like that I don't fully understand. So I don't know if you could go over any of that information and just maybe give us your opinion on what you're seeing.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry, Stephanie, before you begin, since the Abdullahs have not seen this report, Philip, can we pull it up, please? Because I feel like they ought to be able to follow along with us.
Yep, let me see what I can do here with getting that on the screen. Get that shared drive, Commission 21.
Thank you, Jennifer. I don't always think that stuff through.
And final necropsy. Let me get the share here. Application. Is that up on the screen? Can anybody see this?
Yep.
Yep, we can see it.
All right, so I'm just gonna put it on a slow crawl down. Hopefully that'll get it.
Philip, can you slow down a little bit?
Go ahead, Phil. Can you go back up to that first
Yeah.
paragraph, please? I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was.
Yeah, let me just get back up here.
Kind of hold it right.
Let it sit.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most important part to read. Stephanie, I guess while everyone's reading this, I want to, like I said, in the preliminary, there were some numbers there. There was like a condition of the animal that was listed, and I don't see that condition listed, the numbers. I don't know if you were familiar with that.
Yes, the body condition.
Further down, John.
Is it further down?
Is it further down in the final? I must have missed it.
Yes, it's in there.
Okay, I'm sorry, I must have missed it. Okay, I see it.
Commissioner Burton, can we go back up real quick? That first paragraph. It was I was right at the end, and we moved right to 5. Was all right, just 1 second. Okay, I'm good. Are you good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'm sorry for the confusion here. Like I said, I'm just, Stephanie, you know where I need to be. So once you feel like everyone's clear and everyone's had the time to read this, we can go ahead anytime you like.
Yeah, I'll just start by commenting on what body condition score is. So there's 2 different score sets, and it just is a preference. It looks like in this case that the pathologist used the 1 to 9 scale in a small animal and the 1 to 5 scale in a ruminant or larger animal, but they can be used cross-referenced. And so I guess some folks like the 1 to 9 scale because it gives you a little bit wider range of variability and between numbers. So I would say, so when it comes to the 1 to 9 scale, that's closer to a 1 to 10 scale. So right in your 5 to 6 range is ideal body condition score. And when they start to lose muscle mass, how you evaluate that, there are charts to evaluate that, but you can do that by examination and palpation. It is about bony prominence. And so you typically you have some fat pad on your body, and that is over your rib cage, along your spine, and over your hips. And there are some large animals like dairy cows that you always see their hip bones, and that's expected because they're producing milk. So some cows, that are meat cows, you'll see where they don't have prominent bones. And I think we're accustomed to seeing the coxofemoral joint in a milking cow, just as an example, that is a pretty low body condition score, but she's also lactating and putting up most of her energy source out. So, but you know, there's controversy on that topic as well about body condition scores of lactating cows. But that's what I mean by seeing bones like that and kind of prominent hip bones, as well as for furry dogs, it's hard to sometimes see prominent ribs. And so they do talk about compression. If there's no fur, you can see it easier, but when you feel, how much pressure do you put before you can start to feel ribs under your fingers? And so that's what I mean by the body condition is about fat and muscle that should be along the skeletal, along the skeleton. So, so a 3 out of 9 is a pretty low body condition score. Probably the worst I've ever seen, and a very emaciated, and it takes a long time to get to that point. I don't know a lot of history about this scenario, but in my opinion, when I see a 3 out of 9, that's a pretty low body condition score that didn't happen overnight. I would say the worst I've ever seen is a 2.5 body condition score, is very thin. You know, usually they're severely dehydrated at that point. So that's, you know,
and question about that. So there yeah. It was suggested at the last hearing that the dog's condition was basically related to the fact that this is a working dog, and that being that it's a working dog, that it's not going to be as you know, I'm trying to get where you guys were last month, Mr. Abdullah. Is that, you know, you had mentioned it's a working dog, and you felt that the condition of the dog is related to that. Is that correct? So,
I'll interject just to, I guess, give Commissioner, is it Chabalco?
Chabalco, yeah.
Chabalco. So yeah, what we had informed the commission of last month when we had this hearing was that essentially these Great Pyrenees, the 2 brothers Loki and Thor, were purchased to essentially were raised to be with our goat herd, to live with them at the farm, in the pasture, and sort of move around the property with them. We also, so that was the piece in regards to, you know, they're not dogs that, you know, are house dogs or just confined to a backyard that they
walked,
that they were getting plenty of exercise and running around and living out in the outdoors 100% of the time. The other point was that we had the dogs were not on primarily commercial store-bought dog food, that their food would be supplemented with raw chicken. And so that, you know, we felt similar to our goats, where when we first purchased goats, or even lamb that we've had in the past, you buy them from a seller, and they're fattening them up with store-bought feed, or even feed that the seller may or the farmer creates themselves in order to fatten them up, in order to get their weight up, in order to sell them for a higher price. When we bring the goats home and we put them 100%, majority on pasture, which is, you know, the grass and different things we have on our farm, that they thin out, that they're healthy, that they're perfectly fine, that our vet has inspected our animals and said they were fine, but that their weights certainly are reflective of them not being on store-bought feed, which obviously, as you can imagine, is supplemented with a lot more fat and other things that puts weight on the animal. So, and that was our observation in regards to specifically to Thor. Thor was definitely much heavier than his brother Loki, who the animal control currently has. The idea that his condition was 3 out of 9. I mean, again, I think for us, our concern is we haven't had a chance to look at this report. We haven't had an opportunity to have our vet review it. Obviously, we didn't get an opportunity to have our own necropsy done on the animal. So I feel like we're almost defenseless to sort of address some of these concerns, and then also have our own professional opinion to go back and address. All we can say is that no, like absolutely not at any point in time was Thor incredibly light or lethargic, or, I mean, outside of, again, when he was discovered to be deceased, that's just our our firsthand experience with our dog is just different than what this report is describing. So,
two things I wanted to. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I do have a question, Dr. Chabalco. Based on what you've just described on those scores, it seems to me like then, I guess I'm a little confused because that report says they could not determine a cause of death. But based on the description you just gave us, if those were the reasons and they were that extreme, it should be pretty obvious. So I'm kind of confused as to why that report said it could not determine the reason for the dog's passing.
Well, from what I read is that there weren't any external wounds. And on the final report, it talked about blood being on the lateral side of the face and body, but that could be post-mortem. So that didn't really strike me as odd there. And what they do in these necropsies is that they take biopsy tissues of every tissue that they can, so intestine, heart, liver, kidney, and they'll look for abnormalities. So if there's not any external wounds, and to the point of the report, if it was something like hyperthermia and it's not something infectious or evidence of disease in tissue, it would be hard for them to say a cause of death. They're going to look at toxin reports, and the pathology reports are, looked at biopsies of tissue. So they can do a gross overview of looking at the carcass all together and look for any abnormalities on the outside. And, to their point, they felt like the fly larvae was appropriate for about a 24-hour. It's not, not that it had been very, very soon that they recovered the body. So pretty shortly thereafter. So I guess that's, it's hard to know what had caused it. And I could see why, that there wasn't any external other than, post-mortem, probably blood on the side, but no other wounds externally. And then
Dr. Chabalco, can you go back and repeat what you just said about the animal not being recovered within a 24-hour period? I think that's what you said, but I didn't actually hear you.
They thought it was, the report said they thought that the death occurred within about 24 hours.
In other words, the animal hadn't been out there for a large amount of time based on the fly larva and things like that.
Right.
So,
right. It wasn't out there for
you all had said, yes, right, which corroborates the testimony you all gave last month. So I think that's right.
So I guess for our purposes today, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, it seems to me like, we're looking at the safety of this dog, of Loki. Was there, was his brother starved to death? I guess is my question, because I'm not seeing anything in this report that says there was, that lack of food and neglect is what caused his death. And I think that for me has to be one of the determining factors in today's hearing. And I'm not seeing that. But yet I saw the body scores and I heard your description. So I'm trying to.
Well, I'll clarify a little bit further too. That can be an arbitrary finding. And so that doesn't make it very helpful. And then post-mortem, I'm not 100% sure what that, how that correlates. If there's any, if within the first 24 hours, I'm not really sure how that affects body condition score and their approach to it, if there's dehydration. But I would say a 3 out of 9 is pretty low. I mean, that is, with that said, there's still no evidence that it was emaciation and starvation. Those kinds of things would be on blood tests, biochemical. So you could see that on kidney function, but that is not what happens post-mortem in a necropsy. So blood draws and looking at chemistry, very occasionally that can be done, but that wasn't, I guess, not an option or not done in this case. And I'm not really sure I'm not a pathologist. I don't know what their procedure is. But I would say, if this helps at all, again, I don't know any of the history of last month. And so maybe that's a good thing or a bad thing, but trying to help you from a medical perspective. I would say a Great Pyrenees that is 15 months old, even the Bel Air veterinary records. The dog was 94.5 pounds, so almost a 100-pound dog. And then even on the necropsy report, we're 91 pounds. So to me, that doesn't seem like an emaciation, if that helps. Body condition score can be relative, and I'm not sure if I would hang my hat on that. So that's, I mean, I don't think that's a strong enough piece of evidence to determine the cause of death in this pet. It certainly, because it's done with like charts and some sort of variability and observation, it's not something that is strong enough evidence that I would proceed with that alone. So body condition score in that particular doctor's opinion was low. Could it be a working dog that's super trim? Yeah, I've seen dogs that have low body condition scores, and I've been worried for them in the past. And there's some dogs that run really thin, and that I've seen that too, even though I know they're well cared for. So there's some variability there.
Can you explain how potentially I'm sorry, go ahead, Ed. You've had a question. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah. If we move to page 2 of 5, the top of the page there.
If we're going to look at that, can we please pull it up so that the Abdullahs can follow along with us?
Basically, it says, based on the history of inadequate water and shelter availability, in addition to extreme temperatures around the time of death, hyperthermia and or dehydration may also be contributing factors in the demise of these animals. Okay, and if you skip down underneath the heading where it says pathological anatomic findings, it also talks. It also says that it's thin with a body condition of 3.9, and if you skip down a little further, it states, that the stomach is empty. And it also talks about the goat, saying the goat is thin, and the body condition there is a 2.5 out of 5.
So I think that was a rather disingenuous read of that paragraph, because it seemed to me that you deliberately omitted the second sentence. You stated that that it could
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That it could be contributing factors, but that report, the very next sentence says, however, postmortem diagnosis of hypothermia and dehydration can be difficult, especially with advanced autolysis, I don't want to say that wrong, autolysis and freeze artifact. Therefore, I am unable to confirm this hypothesis. So I don't think you can just pull out one sentence without reading the paragraph in its entirety.
Look, that's all understood. I have a question for Dr.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling you what it says.
Right. But to that point, Dr. Chabalco,
yeah,
the fact that this animal is fed raw chicken versus a store-bought pet food diet,
right.
Would you? I mean, if that animal's fed, in the morning, I don't want to get into the specific digestive of that animal, but I mean, the condition of the animal, would you believe that would lend to a more lean animal, generally speaking?
Yeah, definitely. Commercial diets are heavy in carbs and fat. And when they're on a raw diet, which a lot of veterinarians, it's controversial, but I do not have strong feelings either way. I know a lot of clients that do great with their pets with raw diets, especially farm working dogs. I've seen a lot of, they will, when they're in slaughter mode, they will throw chickens to their dogs for them to have as well. So anyway, a raw diet or a high protein diet like that, they will be leaner and they won't have as much fat from a carb and fats found in commercially dry dog foods and processed foods. So it is very possible that, for this dog, a lean dog with that body condition score the body condition score is too variable for me to hang my hat on that. Looking at the dog's weight, a Great Pyrenees over 90 pounds, somewhere 90 to 94 pounds, I would say it's not an emaciation.
Right.
And
Officer, hold on one second. Everybody hold on. Officer Keegan's had her hand up for a while. Can I go with Officer Keegan real quick?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about like the fact that these dogs are working dogs. For me, on the American Kennel Club website, yes, these dogs can be used as working dogs, but for me, it's like the excuse that the reason why they're thin is because they're working dogs. To compare like a Australian cattle dog, like they're running, they're herding the sheep and everything, but for Great Pyrenees, they're more known to be a laid back dog. So yes, they're out there to protect the goats, and the amount of area that they're given to the goats. Basically, on the American Kennel Club website, it's that they kind of just hang out with the goats. They're laying around. They might walk around. If they sense a predator, yes, they might become vocal and maybe run over to that area. But I'm afraid that you're thinking that these dogs are constantly running the whole time. They're not necessarily hurting the animals. They're more of a laid back type of breed. So I think for me, when it comes to their weight and the fact that they're a working dog, I don't think should really correlate. Just because it's to what they're doing, it's not like they're always running and have all this exercise. They mostly are laying or laid back. Am I allowed to tell Stephanie like what Loki's weight was? Because I don't think so that she knows about that, or is that?
I have records here for Loki as well.
I mean, she's probably seen all that. At this point, I do want to focus on the necropsy right now. I mean, that's
fine.
I mean, I appreciate your input, but yes, Ms. Abdul, go ahead, please.
I had a question and I wanted to point something out while the findings are on the screen. Loki, which is Thor, which is 91.8 pounds, was measured using small animal scale, the 1 to 9 scale, and the goat, which is 68 pounds, was used, the scale that was used, as Dr. Chabalco said, for large animals and ruminants or livestock, which is a 1 to 5 scale. Is that typical that dogs or Great Pyrenees are done on a 1 to 9 scale? Because I see the discrepancy there where we used the right one for the goats, but we decided not to, for whatever reason, not to for the dogs. Is that typical?
I don't have an answer for that. In my practice, it's a choice on which scale you'd like to use. And it's not between small and large animal, as far as I'm aware. It's a scale that some prefer the 1 to 5 and some prefer the 1 to 9 because it just gives you a wider range that you can slide numbers.
Thank you. And I wanted to also note that we were aware of the cryptochidism that Thor had. The doctor told us that before, and we were watching, and we're going to go back and decide whether he was going to get a surgery or not for the balls to drop or whatever.
Okay, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Stephanie, I was trying to get to a question for Stephanie when I was
I'm sorry, Ed.
Reading the excerpts. I just wanted to ask Stephanie, it was established that the animals were found dead within 24 hours or whatever that time, less than 24 hours. And it also says that the stomach was empty when they did the autopsy or whatever you want to call it. What does that say? Would that be normal for the dog's stomach to be empty for 24 hours, basically?
Well, the gastric emptying time when we're doing contrast studies and things like that is usually like 4 to 6 hours. So it can be empty. I wouldn't say that doesn't mean that the dog didn't eat in the last 24 hours.
Okay.
If that helps.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Berger, do we need to respond to Officer Keegan's assertion that the animals were not active based on the American Kennel Club's?
I mean, you can feel free to respond if you like. Like I said, you're perfectly happy to hear whatever you have to say. I have no problem with that.
Okay. No, I didn't know whether or not that was something that was she formally made that sort of.
I mean, we all heard it. So if you have something to contribute.
Sure. No, just to say that,
feel free.
I can't reference what she or confirm or deny what the American Kennel Club says on Great Pyrenees. All I can say is that our dogs, incredibly active. They chased around the goats and played with the goats. Even prior to us really introducing them to the goats, they were just very active. Certainly they are very nocturnal. So that breed is definitely up at night. She was correct in that their primary role is to protect the goats or the livestock from predators. But certainly our boys were very active. They were raised on a farm. They were born on a farm, and really they spent their entire life on a farm. They were just very, very active dogs. So it could have just been the exception for the Great Pyrenees, but I just want the commission to know that unfortunately we have firsthand knowledge on what these animals were doing. Officer Keegan does not. So she's just referencing sort of, I guess maybe generally the general behavior for that breed. But our animals were very active. They played with the goats. They chased the goats around. They ran around. They ran around with us. They just were. So they were very lean because of that.
Thank you.
I'd also just like to reference that in the emergency clinic report, Dr. Rawlings looking at Loki was noted to be thin and underconditioned, and they see quite a bit in the emergency clinic. So, I mean, that's just one thing to note as well. I mean, because it can be hard, I guess, to evaluate in a deceased dog body condition score. And let's see, Dr. Rawlings put body condition score for Loki at a 4 out of 9, and that being about 77 and a half pounds, 35 kgs. So about a 77-pound dog, and they did mention that Loki. So, you know, if we're here to talk about Loki, I mean, that's one thing. I mean, it seems like we may not be able to figure out if it was heat stroke, hyperthermia, of what happened based on the necropsy is not going to give us that kind of information. Like I said, in my opinion, I wouldn't hang my hat on a body condition score, but a live physical exam of Loki from the emergency clinic, I will say that it did say that we were a body condition score of 4 out of 9, and thin and underconditioned, is to quote that report. I don't know if that helps at all, but.
Thanks, Stephanie. Matthew, do you have any questions? You've been quiet. I want to make sure if you have any questions or of anybody, I want to make sure we get that in.
Yeah, I think it's I don't think there's enough there with a body condition score that we can rely on that for any judgment. My main concerns are we can't prove that it was hyperthermia or dehydration, but that is what I'd be most concerned with considering the return of Loki. So I want to know, have they addressed adequate access to water and shelter for if Loki were to return to the farm?
So Officer Keegan is already, before you go, Officer Keegan, so Officer Keegan has already mentioned, at least to my, I'd like to hear first from the Abdullahs about this, but Officer Keegan says she had been out and inspected, and the water situation, although it sounded like it took some time, has been remedied. But if you guys, the Abdullahs, if you'd like to, let us know what's been done out there since the last time we talked, how you got the water to where it is, what exactly we're talking about, how the water can remain clean and the shelter, and then I'll have Officer Keegan comment to see if there's anything going on there.
Sure, yeah, there was no long sort of timeline between, when Officer Keegan first came to the farm and, the situation occurred that the water was not remedied. The one additional adjustment to be made that I think we had a perspective on whether or not this was okay or not was the amount of algae that was up against. We have a 50-gallon tub, and there was a certain amount of algae that we felt like was not impacting the drinkability. I don't know the right word, but the water being drinkable. And so essentially, Officer Keegan basically said, like, from the county's perspective, that that had to be brought up, that all of any sort of visible algae, I guess, on the actual tub need to be removed. That certainly was addressed within, I believe, a week or so of this situation occurring. So water has been a non-issue, and I think Officer Keegan also has already testified that shelter has not been an issue, with the exception of the accusation that that the feces, that there was more feces there than what's allowed, which again, I've already noted that we plan on having a hearing in Anne Arundel County Court to refute that accusation. So
Now,
we go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, specifically, we've been talking about the shelter for the goats. I mean, I understand there's potential that the dog would use the same shelter, but can you describe, if the dog were to come back, is there a shelter there for the dog?
Yeah.
That's where we're at. We're trying to get to the point where, are you getting this dog to come back? Is he coming back to the farm? I know in the previous case or previous month we talked about coming back to the house first. I want to make sure, you know, we're like we've discussed, we're discussing what's happening in Anne Arundel County here. If we determine you can get the dog back and you go back to PG County, you know, what happens there is going to be on PG County. But when you have the dog at the farm is what we were really with here today. So I want to know.
No, understood. So yeah, if Loki were to be with, if Loki was returning us and he were to be at the farm, he would be primarily with the animals. We do have another area on the property where at times we, you know, if we needed to separate the dogs from them, we will put him there. That's where we have the chickens currently. Primarily, Loki would be with our livestock. Our livestock has sufficient shelter, whether it's the mobile shelter that we've erected that Officer Keegan referenced earlier. We also have a very large barn, as well as another corn shed that we use essentially as a sufficient shelter. So we have multiple shelters, and he would be with them, with those shelters, and also, of course, with the water. We have running water on the farm. It's well water, and we have the ability to get that water to wherever we need, to wherever the animals are. So that's, I mean, water and shelter just are non-issues. But primarily, again, no, it would not be a separate shelter for Loki. Loki would be with the animals, so therefore the same shelter that they would have access to, he would have access to.
But Loki is in no condition at this point to go out and be a farm dog. He's been with animal control for 2 months. And so he's gotta get reacclimated, readjusted. And I personally just don't feel comfortable with him being out there late at night or anything like that. That is off the table for me.
Good. Well, that's understood. But once again, we can really only control what happens in Anne Arundel County at this point. And right now, it's your residence is otherwise. So we're just going to, you know, today that's where we're going to go.
Right. I mean, essentially, there's no, with Loki, again, just sticking with Anne Arundel County in regards to what you're saying, what my wife is saying, there's no way to incorporate a secondary shelter for Loki that's separate from the goats. They're all in one space. So they're going to use the same space. So the shelter has to be sufficient to accommodate all.
Understand. That's what understand. Right. If a goat decides to go in the doghouse,
yeah, like there's
all going to go. I understand. Yeah. All right. So Officer Keegan had looks like some comments. Go ahead, Officer Keegan.
So according to our laws, regardless if the dog is going to use the goat shelter or the doghouse, they have to have a doghouse out there because the shelter that is required for the goats is not the same for the dogs. The dog has to have 4 walls, 1 hole that allows the dog to go inside, has to be big enough for it to stand up, turn around, and everything. As of right now, they do have a doghouse on the property, is not big enough for Loki. So they, even though they have that shelter that's sufficient for the goats, they will still have to have a doghouse out there with Thor if he's with those goats. Regardless if he doesn't use it or he uses the goats, our county laws, they have to have a doghouse out there.
So I'd like to respond to that because that can be accommodated. A separate area. The barn has 3 different doors. One is the bigger area that we mostly use for all of the goats. That the other 2 areas can definitely be opened up. They're available right now for us to use and have that door open and available, and Loki can use that as his doghouse. It's plenty. The barn is plenty big.
So what I would say is in this situation, you know, I understand where you're coming from, Officer Keegan. And obviously, any decision we make here today is going to make sure that you know, that animal is going to have to follow all laws within Anne Arundel County. So obviously, that animal will not go back in Anne Arundel County until those things are satisfied. So, you know, you can rest assured of that. So whether that exists now or not, it sounds like it potentially could exist. And obviously, just like a dangerous order or anything like that, there's going to be compliance that would need to be come to before any dog goes anywhere, I believe. So. Does anyone else have any questions of anybody else at this point? I can't see Ms. Brenzo on my screen, so I don't know if you're, I'm not sure if she's got any questions or not. Okay. Well, if there's no further questions of anybody, Stephanie or anybody else, then we can go ahead and deliberate right now. Moving forward. So once again, I'm not seeing Jennifer listed on here on my screen. Is she still with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. Okay. He popped up. There's only so many dots here on my screen.
In the middle of the hearing, actually, Stephanie was still talking. I lost power here at my house, and I lost internet connection. So I've been trying to get it all back up and running, but I finally just gave up and reconnected with my phone. I apologize. I have missed, in all fairness and candor, I have missed probably about the last 6 minutes of the hearing.
Okay. So basically, I mean, we can go back over it again. Basically, we discussed, did you hear Mr. Matthews' question about food and water moving forward?
No, I did not.
Okay. So prior to that. So basically, if I can recap the situation, I don't think it much changes where we were before, but basically Matthews, Mr. Schreich's question was basically about the the condition of, the water and shelter moving forward. We had heard everything from Dr. Chabalco about body condition, and I think we've kind of come to the point where, and once again, at this point, we're in open deliberations, so we can discuss this any which way we like. So, basically, after hearing Dr. Chabalco's comments on body condition, I think really what we need to focus on here is, there was no, unfortunately, there was no clear, although it seems like there's some insinuation as to, the demise of these animals. It sounds like that there's no proof generally, in my opinion, anyway. I'm just going to go ahead and start, and we can go from here. There's no direct proof that these animals were in any way, left to starve or anything like that. The condition of the animal, based on the report, is low, and is likely representative of an animal that is not in great shape as, per average for what this person would see. But that neither one really proves that there was any, mistreatment of the animal per se. It sounds to me like, in this case, we do need to look at, moving forward, how can we safely allow this animal back into Anne Arundel County to this farm? In my opinion, listen to the Abdullahs, they don't think that that's something that's going to happen right away. But if it does happen, we need to make sure that whatever recommendation we give is going to include, proper shelter, proper water. And I would also recommend at this point some oversight of that for some amount of time, as a condition. If the animal comes back, that, we're going to need to be made aware that the animal's been brought back to the county, and proper inspections are going to need to be done. And if things don't comply, in my opinion, I think we should have some sort of stipulation that the animal will then be, turned back in. I don't know if we can do all that. I think basically as a commission, we can say and do what we like. And if the chief of police thinks otherwise or thinks, agrees, then he can go with that. So usually I would turn this over to someone else first, but it seemed easier to start this way. So anyone else has any other opinions on this, please, we'll start with you, Mr. Schreich. I'm sorry.
I agree with everything you just said. I really like the idea of oversight for a certain amount of time afterwards to ensure compliance, because I think ultimately the dog will go back to the farm, and I just want to make sure that he will be okay and have adequate access to water and shelter. Prevent this from happening again.
So I do actually have a question real quick. Before we go on to the next commissioner, I have a question of Officer Keegan real quick. It just occurred to me. Because I had heard some things in the county commission this week about a tethering law with the animals. How in Anne Arundel County, how is it that an animal can be, if an animal cannot be tethered unattended, how is it that this animal can be allowed to be at a farm unattended? I'm a little confused with that.
So as long as they're kept in an enclosure and they have access to water and shelter, then technically, yes, they can be outside unattended. It's just for tethering, I think is more of a safety aspect, because if no one's there,
they could hang on a fence.
It could hang themselves and stuff like that. With him, the way he's out there, it's kind of, he can free to go, but as long as he's got water and shelter and shade and stuff like that, and he's inside an enclosed area, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so that means I wanted to make sure, because I had heard that there was the council hearing this week where there was some questions about a tethering law, and it didn't seem to jive with this. But anyhow, for what do you what say you on this?
I'm sorry, are you speaking to me? Oh.
Yes, Ms. Franza, yes, if you could go ahead and, we've heard from Matthew, I've kind of talked my piece. If you'd like to, based on what you've heard today from Dr. Chabalco and what you've heard from everybody moving forward, how do you feel we should move forward here?
In listening to Dr. Chabalco, I felt like her opinions were basically what I got out of the report when I read it. Like her, I did review the preliminary necropsy over the weekend, and then I didn't see the final one until this morning. I agree that maybe there should be some oversight going back if we were to return these dogs. But I would also, I guess one of the things that concerns me, and even Dr. Chabalco talked about this, that a lot of this is subjective. What one doctor may see as a 3, another one might see as a 4, I guess. So I'd want to craft, I guess, any oversight in some way that it involves not just an average lay opinion, but veterinary opinion. I mean, I assume regular vet checkups would be part of that. I guess I would just want more eyes on it so that we don't end up back here unnecessarily, just based on an opinion that wasn't entirely objective.
Okay, I got that. And Ed, so I want to discuss that a little bit, Jennifer. I want to hear what Ed has to say first. I want to discuss, I think once we hear what Ed has to say, I'd like to discuss the oversight aspects of this and specifically what we'd like to see with this animal kind of individually. So Ed, go ahead.
Well, like I said, this is a case that hopefully doesn't come along very often, and this is the first one I've actually prayed over. My personal opinion is that anybody that owns a dog or any animal, they should be a pet and companion first, and a livestock guardian second, which means to me the care of the animals should be of the utmost importance. We shouldn't have to send Officer Keegan out there to monitor, day after day or week after week. It should come naturally. And the dog, I believe, it needs a retreat from the extreme weather conditions, the heat and humidity that we had this summer. And then who knows, we're liable to have some extreme temperatures this winter. And I don't believe that leaving the dog run around free with the goats, it would be sufficient. I think the dog needs a warm bed in the wintertime, and it needs some cooling and some shade as well. I'm very disturbed that it was so thin. I mean, whether that was the cause of demise or not cannot be determined, and I realized that. But it was thin, and the nature of the water found by Officer Keegan was terrible. And obviously, I don't think the dog drank from it. I see animals turn away from water that was that bad with the algae on it. And I'm just really, really bothered with the possibility of returning this animal back to the same conditions. And with what Officer Keegan had to say today, I'm even more concerned about the return. So
okay.
I just, that's where I am with this right now.
Well, that's understandable, Ed. I really think that, I see where you're coming from. I know people that keep dogs as working dogs and keep those dogs outside all year long. Those dogs, I've seen dogs, I'm not talking about these specific animals, but, working dogs that stay outside are a thing. Bedding should be provided, hay, things like that. They definitely deal with extremes. They definitely deal with extreme heat, extreme cold. I've never seen, the person that I know personally, that they care for those dogs every day. They water, they have shade, but those dogs are never allowed in a building. So, while I understand your comment of, allowing them some reprieve from that, they're definitely, I think there's a case to be made that not all dogs unfortunately get to do that. The first time I saw it, I was a little taken back by it myself. I kind of came to learn that it just it's a way of life for some people to have animals like that, in my opinion.
And yeah, I can see that, but I've also, I've read and reread this, and I also believe that both of the dogs, Loki and Thor, it's my opinion from reading this, I believe they were too young to start in the livestock guardian. There was a comment made by the veterinarian, sorry, that stated that I can't remember, something about the young dogs can get in trouble when they are subjected to. Okay, here it is. It was the veterinary hospital, I think, when they first took them. And it says dogs can, they're trying to recommend pet insurance. And it says dogs can get into all sorts of trouble when they're young. And that bothered me too. They may have been a little too young to set off on this livestock guardian job, or whatever you want to call it. So with that, like I said, I'm still concerned about any possibility of return.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I don't know if it's appropriate to take a vote now and see where we are, to see, at least a straw poll to see where we are, because if in fact it comes down to 3-1 that we are going to return this dog, we need to discuss the conditions of that.
Did we hear from Elizabeth? I'm sorry. Was there?
Well, at this point, I guess we can hear from Elizabeth. Won't be able to vote. I guess we could.
Oh, I was wondering, and I'm not voting as well, correct?
Right. Yeah. The only 4 we only had 4 last month. So the 4 that everyone that talks, that's the only 4 we've had. So that's why I haven't brought Elizabeth in. I don't know that it'd be appropriate from anyone else at this point. I don't know. You guys are commissioners. You've heard some of this case. I don't have a problem hearing from you all during this situation, but obviously you won't have a vote.
The last thing I will say is that it sounds tragic. I don't know. It's a mystery, and sometimes we don't always get the answers. It seems like I'm not sure why the goat and Thor passed away. It seemed kind of sudden, and I don't know if we're going to get an answer on that. Makes it tough to move forward to know how to best provide for Loki. To your point, follow-up and oversight would be ideal. I will say, just looking at the emergency evaluation from a veterinarian, Dr. Rawlings, she did say that Loki did not appear dehydrated. So I don't know if that adds anything to it. She said underconditioned and thin, but not dehydrated. And it just sounds like a tough situation to not know what happened to these 2 animals and how to best provide for Loki. And it makes it a really tough situation. So I hope that I've been able to help a little bit. I mean, like I said, just to summarize, the thin body condition score for a working dog is not unusual, and I can't really hang my hat on that to make a solid decision. And it seems like the necropsy that we were hoping for is a theory and can't really give us much information. And the best thing we can do is lean on the guidance from Animal Care and Control and Officer Keegan to continue to do her very best in this job as well to help the animals, and that's the best we can do. But anyway, I hope I've been put at least some balance on the information. And
no, thank you very much. And and moving forward, any case like this, I'm going to push for that we would postpone any case until we have a veterinarian on the board so they can hear the full case. I don't think it's appropriate for any of us to have heard a lot of this information, not knowing what a lot of it meant. initially. So I'm glad that Stephanie was able to come in here and at least give us shed some light on some of this for us, because with what if we'd had her here last month, we might have been able to get through this last month. But that being said, I mean, Elizabeth, if you're here, if you have any comment, like I said, you're part of this commission. You may make comment, but if you're happy to not, that's fine too.
I'll just say a few things since my background is in working dogs, so I can comment there. I mean, just the fact of the matter that the dog is a working dog. I mean, this dog was bred to do that job, so its instincts and DNA are built for that type of work. So just being an outdoor working dog doing its job is not automatically a bad life. In fact, it can be argued that it's a very good life. So that being said, it's very important that working dogs also maintain good health to be able to do their job. So just being a working dog isn't a reason why a dog would be in a subpar condition. So those two things I just wanted to point out. As far as the case, I wasn't here for the first hearing, so I'm unable to ask the numerous questions that I might have to be able to better provide insight and comments. But it's a tough, very tough case, and every objective to get the dog back in a home is typically everyone's goal. That's what everybody wants to do. But there are things that might not make that possible. The biggest concern, and I don't think it's unusual not to have an answer as to the actual cause of death in cases like this. I don't think that's unheard of. And a lot of times you're not going to see a definite, this is what caused it. So you do have to look at supporting evidence and plausible scenarios based on the evidence presented and the testimony presented. All very important. So, I mean, I think there are patterns here that obviously are concerning. And the hope is that there's remediation or, corrective and preventive actions that are taken if this dog is to be placed back in the home, which is, again, always the objective if possible, if the safety and well-being of the animal can be reasonably ensured. So that is what I have to say. So
thank you, Elizabeth. Appreciate it.
Just for the record, as everyone knows, I'm not voting on this case.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, so taking all that into consideration again, I think maybe it's appropriate to take a vote right now to see where we stand, at least whether this animal should go back, at least start there. And then from there, we need to kind of craft, if that's the case, what, we need to kind of figure out what's moving forward. So I don't know if it's worth taking one motion. Actually, let me ask Kern, is that something we can do, Kern? Just, I don't know if the straw poll is right, or we should vote specifically on it and then have a secondary vote. Is that something we can do?
I mean, either way would work. You can do two motions and get seconds and do it that way, or you can just see if the commission kind of informally is going to be looking to return the dog. And then if they are, then obviously you can just go to making one motion after discussing any conditions you want to impose.
All right, thank you, sir. So I'm going to go ahead and make it, let's do a formal vote here. So I want to ask for a motion, and we'll go from there. So Matthew, if you can make a motion for me.
Yeah, make a motion to either take a vote to release the dog back to the owners with conditions.
Okay.
And
let me be more specific. I'd like a motion from someone based on just specifically whether this animal should be going back or not, essentially. And then from there, we'll have a secondary motion on those specifics of that if once we get to that point.
Okay. Make a motion to return Loki to the owners.
Okay, I need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor? Okay. So we've determined that the animal will be able to go back to the farm in Anne Arundel County and potentially back to PG County. So now we need to discuss stipulations moving forward for that to happen in Anne Arundel County. So for the dog to come back from me, I would be, you know, we're talking about a full inspection, obviously by animal control. We should have something along the lines of a dangerous order, I would think, where we have certain stipulations where the Abdullahs are able to sign off on each stipulation that they, you know, that they're willing to comply to those things, and then basically, you know, obviously clean water, shelter, you know, I would say mandatory inspections and mandatory veterinary visits for some amount of time. And I don't know if we have any opinions on what amount of time, but I think those 4 things for sure. And I don't know if there's anything that I'm not thinking of. So if you all have any other things, just please feel free to jump in.
I just have a question for clarification. The Dr. Abdullah's home where Loki would be returning is in Anne Arundel County, but the farm is in PG, correct?
No, the other way around. The farm is in Anne Arundel, and their home is in PG. And as the Officer Keegan spoke to earlier, they did make, you know, she did make contact with them. Anything that happens at their home is going to be, you know, basically when the dog is given back to them, I imagine Anne Arundel County is going to make PG County aware of all this whole stuff and the stipulations that have been placed on the dog in our county, and then PG County is going to have to make their own determination.
Right. Okay. So essentially, then any stipulations we put on this today, I understood Officer Keegan to say that PG County said they're not abiding by those specific stipulations. They're going by their law. So this seems like an exercise in futility.
Not if the animal comes back to Anne Arundel County to go to the farm.
Oh, absolutely. But wouldn't the stipulations be different, however, because we're talking about indoor living versus farm living?
No, what I'm talking about is if right now, I would say any stipulation, whether they could build a house at the farm in Anne Arundel County. So we need to make any stipulations stick to anything that would happen if that dog is in Anne Arundel County. So That's how I see it is we need to make the stipulations so when that dog comes into Anne Arundel County, if they decide to bring the dog back to the farm, that at any time that happens, that should be probably our first stipulation, that at the time the animal is brought back into Anne Arundel County, you know, you must make Anne Arundel County Animal Control aware. I think that is a perfect step number 1.
Agreed.
And then from there, we need to have, you know, if we're going to be specific, you know, the dog must be made aware that the dog's in the county before, and we could even say before the dog is brought into the county, maybe we need to give like a couple weeks notice so that the animal control has time to go out and inspect and make sure that things are up to date. I mean, these are all things we need to discuss and kind of put forward. And because there's no form, there's no PDO per se, there's no dangerous order already about this, we're kind of have to craft this on our own. So I agree with you there. Yeah, when the animal goes back to PG County, that dog can, you know, they can leave the dog out back with no shelter and no food. And as long as PG County's okay with that, then that's what's going to happen. So, I mean, unfortunately, PG County, I'm sure, will be made aware that that's going to happen. So, I mean, is everybody with me with the, you know, where we need to go with this, or?
I am, yeah. And I just want to clarify though, even having said that we don't have any control when the dog's in PG County, that, in my opinion, should not be a basis for our decision. We either make a finding that these animals were, you know, abused and neglected in some way and are at risk with the owners, or we make a finding that they're not. And my understanding is we've already made had a motion and it has passed that this animal can return. So we can't therefore now say that because it's going back to PG County, it's somehow.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is we can basically make all stipulations, including what's supposed to happen with that animal at a home in Anne Arundel County. And I can't what happens in PG County. I can only control what happens here in Anne Arundel. So if we make the stipulations, you know, all the way across the board, the animal must have food and shelter at its home. It must have, you know, all the different things, you know, it must go across the board. I'm new at this too. I'm not exactly sure how to make this work, but I see what you're saying. But bottom line is, if we can make it so it happens in Anne Arundel County, we cannot, you know, this is not being, I don't understand. I don't understand the confusion here. We have to either adjudicate what's going on in Anne Arundel County and say, yes, this animal is going to leave, and if it doesn't go back to Anne Arundel County, then I don't know. I mean, should this case have been heard in PG County? I don't know. I'm not sure how this works.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to create. I didn't mean to create confusion. I just didn't want there to be any. I didn't want to imply in any way that because we had no control over there in PG County, that ought to somehow maybe go back and change the decision we've already made.
So I
got the impression from your comments, and maybe it was a wrong impression. Never mind. Let's just move on.
No. I mean, no, I don't want to leave any confusion on the table here. That's obviously a very confusing thing. I feel like that I voted that this animal could be sent back to the Abdullahs based on the fact that we're going to put stipulations on this animal. Those stipulations only apply in Anne Arundel County. I understand that.
Yes. Okay.
Anne Arundel County is going to make PG County aware of all these stipulations, and if PG County chooses not to do anything about that, there's nothing we can't control that. But all we can control is what we can control here, which can be all the stipulations, including at a house and everything else. Doesn't have to be just the stipulations at the farm. We can put a litany of things on that animal to where, let's say the Abdullahs built a house at the farm and they're now living at the farm. They need to follow up. It's the same as if they were. Unfortunately, we can't do anything about PG County. Is that clear enough? Or
Yes.
Okay. So are you okay with that, Ms. Brienza? I mean, we have all three voted.
Yes.
That's where we are with it then?
Yes.
Okay. So then I would think that we need to craft, and this is going to be very tricky, but we're going to have to craft a motion that we all agree with, or at least 3 of the 4 of us agree with, that's going to include, making animal control in Anne Arundel County aware that the animal is in Anne Arundel County. Basically that there is appropriate shelter, appropriate water, when the dog is in Anne Arundel County. Basically that one in Anne Arundel County, the dog is under all, it's already going to be under all rules and jurisdictions laws that apply to animals in Anne Arundel County. And I think we need to set up some sort of inspection prior to the dog coming back. And I think that we have to have an ongoing inspections, not necessarily scheduled inspections, but I don't know what the term would be. I don't want to call it surprise inspections, but when animal control would come to the property and check and make sure that everything's up to code, and then if not, that the animal will be confiscated again, essentially, and that you've broken this agreement. And that's being said, and then the last thing I would say is some sort of veterinary visits, mandatory veterinary visits. And once again, whether that's in Anne Arundel County or not, I don't know if we can do anything about it if the dog's out of the county at that point, which I can see where that can be a messed up situation. But don't let me take over this whole thing, guys. I'm no different than anybody else right now. I'm just trying to get through this. I'm trying to make sure we all do this the right way.
As a practical matter, I'm not sure. I guess I'm looking at a time frame.
Sure.
Or there needs to be limits on this. Like, for example, if animal control is going to be notified prior to the animal returning to Anne Arundel County, then there should be a time frame, like, within 30 days. I mean, these folks aren't psychic, so they certainly can't predict way in advance. But, I want to put conditions on this to protect Loki, but I think they need to be reasonable as well. So
absolutely,
Anne Arundel County, 30 days prior to moving the dog back to this county, now the ball's in the county's court to get out there and do an inspection. And these folks shouldn't be told, nope, you can't bring your dog back because we didn't get out there to do that. And these are the problems that I see happening. I'm also wondering how far into the future this works, because if it's 2 years before the dog comes back, how long, I guess, are these stipulations indefinite, like forever?
I would say sure.
Okay.
I would say for the life of the animal. I mean, if in 5 years animal control stops out there and the dog's in the middle of the field dead, from the same basic situation, then or if the dog's out there and there's puppies running around because they had another dog and they're thriving. I mean, either way, that should follow. And then I would also, thinking back to my first list, I would say that we should also make a stipulation that PG County is made aware of the situation. And that the animal cannot go back until PG County is made aware of the situation, is that time to review the case and decides what they want to do on their end. I mean, we can make that stipulation. I mean, you know, whether the
can I just make a quick comment?
Yes.
I know we're talking about. I just want to simplify, and like, you know, again, just kind of on the outside looking in. I think that some of our concerns about provisions. Officer Keegan is working off a rule book of laws that are already in place that we don't need to rethink. So that's what brought her to that to the premises in the first place. So we don't need to outline food, water, shelter, things like that. Like, she's going to already be in that's already outlined in some of the laws. So I would think that maybe if you guys are wondering about follow-up, it seems like we're wondering about follow-up and communication. So that would seem, to your point, Jennifer, you know, 30 days notice. You know, one suggestion I might have for you guys to think about would be monthly inspections. Typically, veterinary office visits are once a year. Do we request that they see a veterinarian with Loki every 6 months, every 3 months? Maybe that's some things. Physical exams every 3 months for the next year is a possibility. If you want monitoring and communication, I would be focusing in, let the details be left to the laws that are in place of what they're looking for. But if you want communication and a period of time to look at things upon return of Loki, my suggestion would be frequent veterinary visits, outline that, and then 30-day inspections over the next year. You know, that may already be in place. I'm not sure what Officer Keegan's schedules are like in terms of visits. But anyway, I'm thinking that we don't need the details. We just need timeframes for medical evaluations, and then maybe communication and scheduled follow-ups, if that helps.
But I thought we couldn't do that because the dog's not coming back to Anne Arundel County. When the dog is returned, he's going home to PG County. So we can't say, once you get in PG County, we want the dog to see the vet every 3 months.
Right, we can't. We cannot, but we can say once the dog is brought, all that starts when the dog is brought into Anne Arundel County the first time.
All we're laying out is a recommendation for if the dog is in Anne Arundel County.
So what I would say is we need to, I think the first stipulation needs to be that the dog being released to the Abdullahs, basically, for that to happen, PG County must be made aware of all situations and allow them. You know, they may take this up and do a whole nother thing about it. I don't know. They may look at what we do and they may put some sort of stipulations of their own, but we need to at least make them aware of what we've decided to do here today. That should be the first stipulation. So before Loki can leave Anne Arundel County Animal Control, PG County must be made aware of the findings here today. And then and given a certain amount of time and given maybe 30 days, to review it and allow them, to understand what's happening here. That would allow them time to figure out what they need to do, because that gives them time to contact the Abdullahs and allow them, to do what they're going to do. And then after that, I would say our next stipulation should be that, before Loki is allowed to come back to Anne Arundel County, whatever it is, 30 days, you must give 30 days notice prior to Loki being brought back to Anne Arundel County. I agree with Stephanie that the laws in place, we don't need to stipulate on those things. There's laws in place for all those things. So once the dog's allowed to come back to Anne Arundel County, we should probably have, a monthly inspection. Obviously that would start once the dog's brought back to Anne Arundel County, a monthly inspection for, I'd be happy to do it for a year, 2 years when we discuss the time frame. And then 3 month, 3 month, 6 month vet visits. I'm willing to listen to what anyone has to say on that for a certain amount of time. And then, am I missing something else? I think that was where I wanted to be. I mean, if we don't have to be specific about the laws that do exist in Anne Arundel County, then I think that's better for sure. Thank you, Stephanie, for clarifying that. Thanks everyone for bearing with us on this. This is obviously new to all of us. And, I know this has taken a long time this morning, and we've already taken up a lot of time on this case, but we want to make sure we get it right. We want to make sure this animal has a fair chance here moving forward. And we want to make sure the Abdullahs understand the importance of this and that everything is good. So appreciate everyone's patience.
I'm good with the stipulations that you just outlined.
So am I. I agree. Went down the whole list.
So
I covered most of our bases.
Okay, so I don't know if it's appropriate that I, as the acting chair, basically make a motion to that effect. I don't know if I should ask everyone else to make a motion to that effect. So, Ms. Brianza, if you have it down, if you think you got what I said, if you would like to make a motion, I'd be happy to hear it.
I'm pretty sure I got it down. I just have one quick question. You said
Sure.
notify PG County and then wait another 30 days to give PG County time to do any
I would
inspection?
think, look, in this situation, my personal opinion is there's no reason to be in a hurry. I understand that the Abdullahs have been without their animal for some time, but in the long run, 6 months with this animal being, taken care of at this time, at the end, if the end goal is to get their animal back, it shouldn't be a big deal to have another little bit more going. I mean, I understand it hurts. You want your dog back. I get that. But I think at least 30 days would be necessary for them to have the time. I mean, we can't just say, oh, by the way, tomorrow this dog's coming back to you. You might want to know what's going on. I think there needs to be some time frame, whether that be 15 days, 30 days, maybe. Robin, are you on here?
I'm here.
Would you think 30 days would be an appropriate amount of time if you were on the other end of this to review a case and be able to at least come up with something, or would you think that more time would be needed?
I don't know what PG County's laws are. I think what Alexis said earlier is essentially all they're going to do is enforce their laws.
Right. Well, right. But if they're made aware of the situation, maybe they're not going to do anything. I understand that. But I would just think, I don't want to shortchange them with the amount of time and handcuff them with something anyhow, I thought I'd ask anyway.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have a great answer for you. It'll depend on what they have on their plate and whether or not they're even concerned about what the case is in Anne Arundel.
Understood. All right. So
that was my question. So if at the end of our specified time period, PG County's done nothing, we're still returning the dog?
I would assume, yeah. I mean, if PG County decides it's not a major issue for them, they're going to let the dog come back, that's fine. And then the stipulations in Anne Arundel County would move forward based on, what we recommend here.
Okay. All right. So
again, and Abdullahs, I want you all to understand, this is just the recommendation of the chief of police. He may think that all this is phooey and he may go another route. So just keep that in mind. This is just a recommendation. What we decide here today is a recommendation. Okay. So everyone needs to temper their expectations today.
Okay. So I make a motion that prior to returning Loki to the Abdullahs, that we notify Prince George's County Animal Control and give them up to 30 days to conduct an inspection or do whatever it is they're going to do before returning Loki to the Abdullahs. And we will also place the added stipulation that if the Abdullahs are going to bring the Loki back into Anne Arundel County, they have to notify Anne Arundel County Animal Control 30 days prior to bringing Loki back, and then continue to follow all laws of Anne Arundel County regarding Loki.
Okay. Anything about the vets or, well, let's just start with that motion. Let's start there. We can have another motion. So let's do this. All in favor of that motion? Or I need a second. I'm sorry.
I second it.
All right. All in favor. Okay. So for that, so now we have part of this done. Now I would ask for another motion based on any follow-up for animal control and or veterinary. We can discuss this time frame before we make the motion. Can
we leave that to the discretion of animal? I mean, we have to know if they have to notify animal control 30 days prior, then animal control, I assume, because it's our case, is going to conduct an inspection. Can we leave it to discretion whether or not they think they need? Because we could be talking a year down the road when this is a totally different looking animal. So can they decide, or are we not allowed to punt that?
I would recommend that we probably should stipulate that they do at least one inspection before the animals come back. An inspection should be conducted before, prior, maybe we should make the stipulation that an inspection should be completed prior to the animal returning to Anne Arundel County, and then maybe monthly or bi-monthly inspections, for some amount of time, moving forward, and then leave it up to them after that. I think for at least a year, they should have some sort of inspection, whether it be monthly or bi-monthly or quarterly or whatever it is. Something, I think that there should be some more specific criteria, just to make sure, you know, we're going forward. And I think it may be after a year, then they could be at their discretion. You know, I mean, obviously it will be at their discretion at that point. But that's my opinion. I mean, Matthew, you have any comment? Or
I would agree. I was going to suggest bi-monthly inspections for a year, unannounced inspections, as well as regular vet care, like every 3 months for a year, and then maybe every 6 months for the year after that, and then normal schedule.
Okay. I mean, I'd be fine with that. I do think we should probably make it very specific that animal control must inspect the property before the animal returns. So within that 30 days, maybe, or, you know, before the 30 day, you know, before the animal is brought back, you know, the animal,
right.
There should be an inspection completed. So if somebody could give me a motion to that effect with, you know,
Can I just ask, I hate to be a pest here, but I don't like feeling like something's ambiguous.
No, it's fine.
Matthew just mentioned unannounced inspections. I just want to know how that works. I mean, if they showed up while the Abdullahs were away on vacation, do they now, you know, and no one answers the door, is it now a refused inspection if we're not giving any notice?
Well, the way I see it is they're at a farm and they can show up and see these animals out in the field. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. This animal's coming back to a place they're going to be outside and available to be seen, I would think.
Okay, all right, that clarifies it for me. Okay.
That's what I would think. I mean, now, obviously, within this time frame, if they built a house there, the dog were being kept in the house, and there'd be a different story. I think that things change, and you know, I think we could probably, you know, if they said, hey, I was on vacation, there's nobody around, the dog's been at a kennel, and we could verify that or whatever it is, somebody's going to be there to watch the dog. I mean, either there are dogs with them on vacation or someone's watching or taking care of and feeding the dog. It's supposed to be anyway. That's the whole idea here. So,
okay.
Any other questions? Ed, you've been pretty quiet. I know this didn't, you know, I know that this is not exactly how you wanted to see this come to fruition here, I think, but do you have any comment on what we're discussing here?
Not really. I'm sticking with my original. I cannot be a part of returning the dog.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right.
Okay.
I just want to clarify real quickly that you guys mentioned bi-monthly, and that has two meanings. It can mean twice a month, and we should be clear that what we're talking about is every other month or every 2 months, because bi-monthly can be interpreted in two different meanings. I just wanted to clarify that.
Right. So every other month. So, right. Okay. All right. So I think I'm clear on that. Does everybody, can I get a motion to, you know, for this last part? I think this should do it for us for now. I think if we can get this motion correct.
Yeah, I had the motion to stipulate for bi-monthly, every other month inspections by animal control, and regular veterinary care every 3 months for the first year, and then every 6 months for the year after that.
Okay. And well, what I wanted to add something specific about an inspection before the animal came back. So
I'll make a motion to stipulate that at least 30 days prior to the animal coming back to Anne Arundel County, animal control is notified and able to do an inspection of the property. And then after that, there's a every other month inspection by animal control and vet care every 3 months for the first year and every 6 months for the year afterwards.
Gotcha. And the second part was for a year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So are you with that? Does everybody understand? The motion,
yes.
Have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor? Okay, motion passes. So I think that, I mean, unless I'm wrong, I think that pretty much is where we want to be. Am I correct here?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Okay. All right, so that's where we're at. Doulas, you should receive some information about this from, I'm guessing from Phil, or somebody should be reaching out to you, one of the officers, maybe Officer Keegan. We get this all ironed out. Obviously, this is brand new. You know, the administrative end of this may be a little bit, you know, wait a minute. Sarah, I'm going, yeah, so before we quit here, I will summarize the three motions made. So the first motion made today, so we're going to end on this. Basically, there were three motions made today. All of them voted and held in the affirmative. The first motion that the animal can be returned to the Abdullahs. The second motion was that basically that, I'm sorry, give me 1 second. The second,
Prince George's County be notified.
yes, the PG County must be notified and given 30 days to, understand what's going on with the case. And then the last motion is that basically that animal control must conduct an inspection prior to the dog coming back to Arundel County. That I'm sorry, I got it right here. That inspections must be done of the property every other month for a year, and that a veterinary visit must be completed for the first every 3 months, or I'm sorry, you're right, every three,
Yes.
and then the following year every 6 months. So I think I got it covered. I'm sorry I stumbled a little bit there. Does everybody understand? Phil, are you with me on that?
I've got it all jotted down, and on your prior point, we have 15 days to get your decision to the chief. Chief has 15 days after that to get it back to us. They should have documentation sent out to them within a month.
All right.
And then they have a time frame to appeal that with the Board of Appeals, should they so choose.
Okay. So thank you guys once again. Thank you everyone for your patience. This has been, the first time we've gone through this, and obviously it's something that we don't do all the time, and I do appreciate everyone's time and patience. So Phil, can we have like a 3-minute break, a 2-minute break here before we call the next case?
Yep. Yeah, that's definitely up to you guys. We can have a brief recess.
I just need to run to the bathroom. I want to get the next one going pretty quick, but thank you all.
Just waiting on 1 or 2 commissioners to come back.
Thanks, Phil.
I'm actually going to take this off to see the head count better. And then just a point, Tom, you were saying that it was a little bit hard to see everybody on the same screen. Up at the top right in Zoom, there's a button that toggles speaker view and gallery view, and this is to everybody listening. Gallery view is good stuff. You can see everybody. It's nice and clear. Speaker view is a little ADHD, and it just blips around to whoever's talking. Makes it a little whiplashy. Definitely.
Yeah, I have an issue
view.
with my little screen that I have to sometimes when I'm trying to jump back and forth between documents and certain things, it gets a little goofy and I get caught in between sometimes and it's hard to see. And I guess at the time, Miss Brienza had disappeared anyhow. So no biggie.
For a period of time, Tom, I was logged in on my phone. I'm now back on my computer.
Oh,
so it may have appeared differently when I was on my phone, but I literally had everything go out for a few minutes. But before we start the next case, I want to ask a question because there's one thing in the last case that a procedural matter, not fact-based, that troubles me greatly. The fact that we were discussing medical reports that had not been shared with the owners prior to, is that typical commission procedure? And if so, can we change that? Because I feel like they were at a great disadvantage, not having been able to review those reports and not having been able to take them to an expert and have them explained before they had to come here and defend them. And I get it. We don't always get things in time. But I guess I was just, if I was on the other end of that, I would have liked an opportunity to review it and have taken it to my own vet to get information on it.
So with commission not having formal rules of evidence, I'd put that more to Robin for standard operating procedure or current if there's anything that needs to be adjusted for that.
Yeah, I would look at it as because it's administrative and there is no, the rules of evidence aren't the same as a court. I don't know that it is a big deal. Once again, I definitely would defer to Robin or Curran for that.
Right, but I think that also is a matter of expediency for this commission because had those parties said, wait a second, we haven't seen this, we'd like more time to review it, I think they would have been within their rights to ask for a postponement, and that would have dragged this out for another month. So I think it benefits both sides to have an open exchange of information prior to the hearings.
This is an open investigation, so I still haven't submitted charges. I don't necessarily think I was supposed to give them the necropsy report because that's something that's my evidence. From my understanding with these laws, I don't think they get to have a chance to have their own necropsy done. I took these animals through a warrant and I get my necropsy done, and that's how the evidence is portrayed. I don't believe that they're supposed to each get their own necropsy report and have their own people look at the same body. That's why I didn't give it to them because I'm still in an active investigation on them.
Okay.
Just to chime in here, this is Robin from the county. Our records and what people can get, if they submit a request for copies of our records, that's how they obtain it. There's a process through the county to get copies of our records. If they have not done so, then we don't generally provide them. And how the commission has worked in the 10 years that I have been here, whether it's the county or anyone else presenting, if information is presented the day of commission, that's when the information gets seen. That's how it's been since I've been here. I don't know if Officer Law wants to chime in on anything beyond that.
I mean, in the code, there's no requirement that it's disclosed, so it would entirely be a policy question for the commission and for animal care and control. The code, I don't know that it gives the commission itself the authority to create rules like this, but procedurally, I mean, there is grounds for a postponement if good cause is presented, so that would be up to the commission whether or not good cause was shown. But I think just like the animal care and control doesn't necessarily receive any documentation ahead of time, or doesn't necessarily have to receive documentation ahead of time that is intended to be introduced by the other parties in the case. There's nothing in the code requiring animal care and control to disclose it. As Robin said, they can through MPIA request the information, the animal care and control file.
I guess in the long run, if they didn't agree with our finding anyway, they would have then had time to review it and bring it back in an appeal, I would imagine, which if they're going to go through that route anyway, I'm not sure. I'd like to formally turn the chair back over to Dr. Chabalco. She is the chairperson, and moving into this next case, I'm happy to do it when she's not there, and if I'm not otherwise disposed, but I would rather, in this case, turn it back over. So, Dr. Chabalco, it's on you.
Thank you. Good job. Appreciate all that you guys do and volunteering and working for this committee. And it's a lot of work and it's not easy. But thank you again. So, Phil, if we're ready to call the next case.
Yes, our next case is Animal Care and Control versus Alicia Burke for the petition for return for Curry, and I have two names, either Bull Mastiff or Masala. All parties who have an interest in this case who wish to testify may now come forward to take the oath. Please utilize Zoom's raise hand feature. I'll get you added in one at a time and then get you all sworn in at the end together. We do have a lot here, so bear with me. Patience, please. Let's see. Officer Dos Santos, you're already here. If you would, please state your name and address for the record.
Officer Vanessa Dos Santos, 411 Maxwell Fire Road, Millersville, 21108.
Thank you kindly. Hang out for just a second. I'll get you sworn in. Got two more coming up here.
You both need to do it also.
Oh, you're both testifying? All right, perfect.
And there's also Roger.
Oh, okay. Well, Officer Keegan, if you would please state your name and address for the record.
Officer Alexis Keegan, 411 Maxwell Fire Road, Millersville, Maryland, 21108.
Thank you kindly. And Officer Simpson, if you would please state your name and address for the record.
Officer Simpson, 411 Maxwell Fire Road, zip code 21108.
Thank you kindly. Just hang out for a moment. And if you guys could mute that audio while you're discussing. And let me get, let's see. I can see Mr. Kantari here. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you both testifying or just yourself?
Yeah, we are three people here.
Okay, perfect. If you would, please state your name and address for the record. Oh.
Bobby Kantari, 4408 Ritchie Highway, Baltimore 21225.
448 Ritchie Highway.
I'm sorry, your name got a little garbled there. If you could repeat that.
Nicole Gaunt.
Thank you.
4408 Highway.
And I'm sorry, sir, your name as well got a little garbled there. If you'd repeat that.
Corey Wilkes, 4408 Ritchie Highway.
All right, thank you kindly. Give me 1 second. We got some more coming in here. Dr. Hammer, if you could start your video and audio. You're still muted. There we go. Welcome back to the commission, sir. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
It's William Hammer, DVM 1414 Ritchie Highway, Arnold, Maryland 21012.
Thank you kindly. Hang out for just 1 second. And let's see, I see the owner here. Let me promote her up.
Hello, Alicia Burke is in attendance.
Perfect. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Sure, Alicia Burke, 25th Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland, 21224.
Thank you kindly. And I've got a list here. Let me just go through and make sure I have everyone here. I see Ms. Fisher in attendance. Let me bring her up. I apologize for the background noise. My office is being renovated. I'm out in a public area. Ms. Fisher, if you would please start your video and audio for me. Let me see if I can prompt that. Ms. Fisher, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you, but that's all right. We can get your. Well, no, I guess I'll need you to raise your right hand too. Let me get you to start the video here.
It says,
Should be a pop-up.
Yeah, it says allow Zoom to take pictures and record video.
Yep. So hit allow for that.
Well, it says while using the app only this time or deny. What should I put?
Yeah, while using the app only would be fine too, unless you close it and reopen it, and then it'll just reprompt you, but that should be fine. Here we go. I can see you now. Perfect. And if you would, please state your name and address for the record.
Sharon Fisher, 3 Fifth Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland, 21225.
Perfection. And let me check this here. I've got some more.
I have Ina Pippin.
She's with you there?
Yes, she is. Mm-hmm.
Can you can you angle the camera so I can see you both? I'm getting tops of heads.
Can you see us both now?
I can see you. I don't see anyone else. Oh, I see her down at the bottom there. Can you? Is it a webcam? Can you angle the lid maybe?
Which way?
Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Hello, Ms. Pippin. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Ina Pippin, 4 West Fifth Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland, 21225.
Thank you kindly. And give me one more second to review the record here. All right, I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. I do have one call in. Robin, if you could take a look at the panel or the attendees on the numbers there. I've got a number ending in 9425. If we could see why, what case they're calling in for. For some reason, it lets you promote them, but not me.
I just allowed them to talk. The person with phone number 9425, you should have the ability to talk. Can you tell us which case you're here for? You might have to unmute something on your end.
No, I can hear their audio coming through. They're just not saying anything.
Oh, weird.
All right, so let's maybe take them back down. And I don't see anyone else with their hand up for this case. So everyone who's looking to testify, if you would please make sure your video's on. Looks like everybody's good there. If everyone would please raise your right hand. That's a lot of hands. All right. Do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right. Thank you, everyone. If you would please remain muted unless called upon to speak. That'll help keep the audio channel clear, and we are good to proceed.
Hey, before you start, Stephanie, I wanted to clarify with the commission. With this type of case, we first must look at was the initial, procedurally, we must look at was the original, the dog being taken out of the situation, was that appropriate first? And once we vote on that, we have to then look at moving forward, what's next. But there's a procedural aspect to that. So I just want to make sure we just came through that last one and it was something different. So.
Okay, thank you. To begin, can we hear from Officer DeSantos, please?
I have a question on that. Unfortunately, there is the search and seizure warrant. Maybe this is just a legal question. The search and seizure warrant, does that not supersede whether we decided it was proper or not? Because a judge signed the search and seizure warrant for the animal.
If there's a seizure under a warrant, that would be resolved through the courts in the criminal case. If there's a seizure under either 10615 of the state code or the county code, it would be the county code since we're here today. That would be resolved by this hearing, there can be two separate seizures, so resolving one may or may not resolve the other. But if the animal seized under 124901, then that still would have to be resolved before the animal will be able to be returned.
Okay.
Are we okay with, so Tom, does that answer your question of where we are in terms of procedural things?
I hadn't realized that was the case. I'm still jotting through the paperwork of all this now. So yes, I mean, if that's fine. I just want to make sure that if it were, in the last case, it was not. I don't know that it was that way. So.
And I'm just, I guess in my mind, I'm just going to hear the case and see where we go from there. Does that sound good? Okay. So let's begin. Let's hear from Officer DeSanto, please.
All right. From March 8th, 2021 until June 6th of 2021, animal care and control officers responded out to the address of 2 Fifth Avenue, Brooklyn, 21225 for complaints of animal abuse and neglect 25 times. And we issued 27 citations to owner Alicia Berg for failure to license, failure to vaccinate, failure to provide vet care, failure to provide shelter, failure to provide water, failure to provide contaminant-free water, tethering while unsupervised, and for tethering an animal above 90-degree weather while unsupervised. Due to this is why on June 9th of 2021, we executed a warrant signed by Judge Riley to remove both Curry, a brown and white pit bull type breed of dog, and a bull mastiff in the backyard, brown black brindle. You guys have anything? Would you like me to continue with what Dr. Hemmer wrote for us, or would you prefer him to explain?
Yeah, I'm going through, we have a lot of information in front of us. I'm just sort of reading through that. And so the animals are in your care and custody at this time?
Yes, as of June 9th when we issued the warrant.
Okay. Just give me 1 moment. If maybe all the commissions can appreciate a moment to read through, and then the next appropriate speaker for providing information, it would be, you have Dr. Hemmer as a witness?
Correct.
Okay, and are the other officers also providing testimony? Should we finish there, or is that?
They can. They are just 2 other officers who also have gone out to the same address during that 3-month period.
Okay, so between the 3 of you, these citations have been made with different.
There's actually, I want to say, Officer Piccarelli was out, Officer Adams, Officer Roan, myself, Officer Keegan, Officer Simpson, and then Supervisor Canning, as well as Robin Catlin, have all gone out to this address.
Okay, great, thank you. Give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna just look over everything, and then we'll hear from first witness, Dr. Hemmer. Just 1 moment.
Again, I just want to remind everybody that's not testifying needs to mute. The sound on my end is a little weird, so please mute if you're not testifying.
Okay, thank you for that brief moment. I'm able to look over a lot of the information that's here. As we begin in the next section, so that everyone can follow along, if we're going to be hearing from Dr. William Hemmer, the medical records are beginning on page 5 of 50. And that is information you can see. The first begins with the brown and white pit bull type. And then further down, there's more on page 13 of 50 with the brindle black mastiff. I hope that helps everyone follow along as well. And can we please hear testimony from Dr. William Hemmer, please? Dr. Hemmer, you're muted.
Perfect. How's that work? Is that better?
Perfect, thank you.
Good, great. Okay, we can start with ADS 270576. That's the Curry, the pit bull brown and white dog. Animal Care and Control called me to examine the animal at their facility on or about June 12th. Medical records are fairly complete. I call the commission's attention to any of the comments in the objective section of the records that have asterisks before they start. That generally indicates my clinical findings that are of substance. And starting with Curry, the first thing I noticed was chronic ear infection in both ears. Left seems worse than the right. There were some signs that this has been going on for a while, a chronic condition. And at the time of examination, it appeared that the pet wasn't having any kind of veterinary care to address those concerns at all. As you grow down to the integumentary system, looking at that, what we noticed on the dog were a number of bite wounds, mostly in the front end and in varying degrees of healing. Some recent, some older. And that would lead me to believe that this dog is put in a situation where it's got to defend itself or is getting into fights with another cohort, more than likely because of resource guarding or resource protection, one of the two in my opinion. The dog did have a broken tail, but it's an old injury. It's resolved, causing the pet no problems. And the pet did in fact have a normal stool prior to sedation, which would lead me to believe that the pet at least is being offered a good quality food, that we're getting nice normal stool. The dog's body condition really wasn't that bad. Certainly a little thinner than I'd like to see. You all got quite the education from Dr. Chabalco on the last case about that. I generally tend to use the 1 to 9 scale. It's generally referred to as the Purina scale. And the reason why I use that one and why that's becoming more standard is that that's one of the few body condition scales that's actually been developed and validated for use in the companion animals. So that's why you'll see on my reports body condition 4 to 5 to 9. So really not too bad. But I do think my exam is consistent with neglect based on what I saw with the ears and the bite wounds that were going on. And that's all I have for that particular pet. Were there any questions from the commission regarding that before I move on to the Mastiff?
I think I'm okay. Anyone? Dr. Hammer, please proceed with the next patient.
One second. The on page 2 of the report, I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page and we see this. The assessment was the exam is consistent with neglect. Was that your finding?
Yeah, when you read the plan under comments, that is my assessment of the findings that are listed above. Try and pull everything together for you in a concise paragraph. And that is my assessment. The assessment is that this pet is, the examination was consistent with neglect.
Thank you.
Okay, without further delay, we'll move on to ADS 270577 Marsala, the male brindle mastiff. Once again, presented for intake exam at Animal Care and Control Care Facility in Millersville on or about June 12th. Same kind of process for this report. Mostly the biggest thing that I found with this pet was the overall hair coat and skin condition. The dog had active infection, superficial skin infection, deep skin infection going on. There significant scarring going on in all the bony prominences of this dog. And some of them were actually cracked and actually bleeding during examination. We did notice a moderate amount of flea dirt and a lot of flaking on the skin, more than likely related to the presence of the fleas rather than a nutritional
Recording in progress.
The pet did have a little bit of a stilted gait, probably not unusual for this age of a dog. The dog's probably got some hip incongruity, but I don't believe that has any impact on the case here. This dog was
Excuse me 1 minute, doctor. Phil, you might have to help me on this. The report that we're looking at says page 1 of 2, and I'm missing page 2. If you can,
So I'm missing it as well.
Recording stopped.
Could we bring that up, please?
With this information.
I think it's listed as page 5 of 50. It's earlier in the report.
I'm sorry about that. I had to step away for technical issues with our officers. What was the last question, Ed? I heard you say my name.
The part of the the veterinarian report right now that he's reading off of, at the bottom says page 1 of 2, dated 6/14/2021. I don't have the second page, and I don't think Jennifer does either.
Right, Phil, it's at 13, page 13 of the 50, and maybe it's somewhere else in the document, but it doesn't follow right behind it.
Oh, okay.
Just looking through that now.
I just wondered.
Right, Dr. Hemmer had 2 two-page reports. We have the first one.
So on my document, my PDF, page 5 of 50 is the second page of the Mastiff's report.
Yeah, I see it there too.
Me too.
Must have gotten shuffled. All right, thank you for that.
I'm looking for it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
so page 13 does appear to be page 1 of the report you're referring to.
I see it. Thank you.
Okay, now that everyone's got that page in front of them, Dr. Hemmer, please continue.
Very good. If everybody's there, going to the second page, once again, using that Purina body condition score, this dog was a little bit more on the thin side compared to the cohort. Certainly much more thinner than I would have expected a dog of this age, breed, and sex. In my opinion, again, this exam is consistent with neglect. The skin lesions are chronic in nature, and in my opinion, are consistent with a poor environmental hygiene and or inadequate bedding surfaces, allowing the skin condition to progress and become chronic in nature. Any questions from the commission?
I don't have any at this time. Thank you for that. Okay, and since this format of case is new for us, I think that at that point, I know there's a lot of people here to testify, and you know, I'm not sure that I feel like the next best person to address the neglect of these animals would be Miss Burke. If you'd like to.
Well, before we go to Ms. Burke, I wanted to ask what the officers, any of the officers present. I mean, I'd like to get, you know, you guys have received calls, obviously, and you guys have reported to this residence. Can you guys give me a anybody, especially, I don't know, DeSantos, I don't know if you're the one that the first responded. Can you give me a, kind of a breakdown of what you found when you got to the property initially?
Sure. Every time we responded out to the property, it's always it had been for curry tied to the front fence, no shelter, no water. Every time we respond out there, the calls were founded. Dog would be on a 4 to 5 foot towing chain attached to the fence. No water provided to him. At first, there was no shelter. There was no shade. There was times when this was in the 90s. The dog had no water. Myself, Officer Rowan, the other officers, we had to provide the dog with water because if we knocked on the door, Miss Burke would not answer or she would refuse to come outside. After a while, Officer Simpson was even instructed by our supervisor to bring Miss Burke a dog house because she refused to get one for the dog or to bring the dog inside whenever we went out there.
I went out there multiple times. I know the very first time I even was called out to their house, she actually wasn't even home, and the dog was tethered to the front fence. Every time we tried to talk to her, she was very combative, wouldn't talk to us. We tried to educate her. She'd always talk over us or just not listen. We gave her ample information to come in compliance. We were there to make sure that, these dogs were being taken care of. But every time we'd go out there, the dog either had no water or the food was in the water. Like Officer DeSantis said, at first the dog had no shelter until we gave them shelter. I was also out there, I think the day after she got the second dog because neighbors heard the two dogs fighting. She would not produce curry for me to check his condition. There was blood all over the shelter that we provided to her. So we never saw like what curry looked like after those two dogs supposedly got in a fight with each other. But for the most part, she never had water or the water was dirty. We always told her about getting a bigger bowl so that the water, if he was going to be out there for longer periods of time, he would have enough water out there. These bowls of water are mainly ones that you use inside and, keep a monitor of adding more water. Because most of the time it was either low or the food he had out there as well would get into it. And that's all I have to say.
Yes, I actually visited Mrs. Burke's residence on 3 different occasions. As Officer DeSantis said, I did deliver an igloo doghouse with bedding on April 23rd. At that time, when we delivered the doghouse, we got no response at the door. I placed the doghouse over the gate, right in front of the front porch. So on April 26th, myself and Administrator Robin Catlett, we made a visit to the location due to more complaints of the dog Curry being left outside. At that time, we found the dog on a tow chain tethered to the chain link fence. The dog had a tipped over bowl. The dog house was literally in the same place that I had left it on the previous visit, absolutely no shade in direct sun. We actually were able to make contact with Mrs. Burke. She came out, and I'll describe it as this, just completely ranting and raving about being harassed by our neighbors, by animal care and control. Mrs. Catlett was able to convey our concerns concerning tethering, providing water, providing shelter. During that visit, Mrs. Burke's son was actually turned over the bowl that was flipped over and filled it with water. Our main concern during that visit, I think it was roughly 90 degrees. And inside that dog house, I mean, that dog goes in there, it's like a hot box. I mean, it's great in the wintertime, but putting a dog out in direct sun, 90 degrees, he's not getting any relief. So reluctantly, Mrs. Burke was able to get a canopy from the back and put it over the doghouse to provide temporary shading. So during the actual warrant, the removal of both dogs. Again, the dog was in the same location. The dog Curry, the red and white pit bull. The canopy was gone. The dog did have water, but the dog was again in direct sunlight. It was another 90-degree day. And the bull mastiff in the backyard was tethered to like a railing that led steps down into the basement. And again, that dog had full exposure to the sun. I don't recall if that dog had water or not. But like I said, both dogs appear to be, to me, overheating, both panting heavily. And we ended up removing them based, on that search warrant. So that's all I have for right now.
Okay, thank you. And so I'd like to give Ms. Burke an opportunity to discuss the care and provisions for Curry and Masala.
Thank you. I have a couple of background information that I would like to share. I know this is not the place where we're decision because it's also a pin that also is associated with some as well. No, we're not here to make determination, but if the should be returned.
I can't hear anything.
I'm sorry, she's going in and out. I don't know if it's her internet connection, but I'm not hearing everything.
It might be, I can call from my phone.
But now you sound clear.
Okay, I'll try to
I think it's just when you lean back, the microphone's not picking you up.
Okay,
so
I'll
you're
move
good.
closer. Okay, talking. So the first thing is that I live at 25th Avenue at that residence. I've been living here for about 5 years. I've lived here with my dog, Curry, as well, for past years, ever since I got him as a birthday gift from my sister. So he's been in my care. Been a wonderful dog, a great addition to my family. He's just like a son to me. It sounds crazy, but I have a son already, which son's dog. It's a 13-year-old high school student. It's his dog. Of course, it's a family. But yes, I consider Curry. He's like one of us. I've watched him taking care of that dog since the day he was born. I mean, I wanted to make I Love Curry t-shirts for him. How much I love that dog. He's been with me every day of his life. So, every day since I've gotten him, it's been with me in my care, supervision. Takes doggy, it sounds crazy, but he has his own room set up in my house, all his own stuff that he can go into. He has his own base shelter where he sits down, his food, his toy treats, everything. I even sometimes put a little TV in, watch a little TV sometimes. So I love Curry here at the home. But just according to some of this information, just some background information, I've been experiencing, I'm going through a neighborhood dispute, I would say, for the past 2 years, which is how this case be. I moved in my residence, and around my residence, my immediate neighbors have taken a keen interest to my dog. As early as last year, I would say, last summer, I would let my dog, he's an inside dog. He stays inside mainly, he lives inside, but out every day because he loves to run. He runs around my house like a racetrack. So I let him out every day, but he comes, in the house, mainly most times. But this year, because of Corona, I started letting him out a little bit more because of the house so much. But back to last year. Last summer, my neighbors, Miss Ina Pippin, she's here on the line. Miss Sharon Fisher, she was involved, as well as there's another gentleman here, Bobby William. They are also my neighbors, but and Bobby, gentleman Bobby, I don't think he lives there. I think he just rents it out. It's his tenants. there at that location who have been causing me the problem to it all without my knowledge to that nature. But anyhow, last year,
Sorry,
Ms.
it's
Pippin,
very broken up, and I'm having a really hard time following her testimony. I don't know about everyone else, but I'm only
would you
getting
like me to dial in on phone?
I think that might be best, just to make sure that I'm following, but I don't feel like I've missed anything, but I'm afraid going forward, I might.
Okay, no problem. I'll definitely connect to my phone.
Thank you.
No problem. Just to take a second, I'm going to dial the flyer that I got in the email. Would that be okay?
So the easiest way to do it, if you go into the bottom left of your screen where the mute and unmute button is, there's a little arrow attached to it. You click that arrow, it'll give you some options. You can select to join by phone, and it actually has a call me feature where you punch in your phone number and it'll call you, which takes out like 10 steps, which is phenomenal.
Great, thank you. I work from home too, but I think good at all the features of Zoom. So I found that I'm actually going to call myself now so I can connect.
And then be sure to mute your computer so that there's no extra feedback.
Got it. Sure.
It should do that automatically when it switches over, but yeah, good thing to double check there.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Just waiting for it to down. Okay, here it is.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, Alicia Jones.
Much better.
All right, great. Thank you so much. All right, so I'll continue. Last summer, it kind of all started here at my location and my residence. And this is the home where I live at, and I consider it to be my safe place and space for not only me, but my son, my kids, my husband, as well as the dog. So they kind of just a great safe haven for me and the dogs and the family. So last
You went out again. You went out again.
I'm not sure how that's happening.
No sound again.
Hello. Yes.
Got you now.
Okay, the Zoom call disconnected. I apologize. Zoom call just disconnected. Try this again. I'll make sure I can.
I think you're good. We can hear your voice.
Okay. All right. I'll just try to call it, but I'll continue so I don't hold up. Okay. So last year, Miss Pippin started asking.
You are in the meeting now.
You're muted.
I think the phone just took back over.
Miss Burke, we're not hearing you at all. Now you're muted.
Send her a pop-up here to unmute.
Hello?
Perfect.
Yes, I'm connected with my phone. It connected back with my phone, so I didn't want to give double feedback.
I would keep it on the phone, but maybe if you take it off of speakerphone and just use it like you would a phone call, it'll give us a lot better audio quality. Fingers crossed.
Okay. All right.
And if you hit mute on the computer, it mutes the phone. So essentially, the phone is the audio channel now. So you should just be good to pick it up and continue. Fingers crossed.
Sure, thank you for that clarification. So last year, Ms. Pippin, I would come leave my dog, let my dog out to go, run the yard, go have fun. And I'd be watching him out the window, and I would hear these remarks. She would say, did they leave you outside? Are you okay? That's just a shame. That's a shame. So I hear her talking to my dog, and I'm like, is she talking to my dog? I kind of look around out the window because I'm kind of I'm supervising Curry anyway. So I'm looking like, she's talking to someone else or my dog. And then I see there's no one else around. So I'm like, she's talking to Curry. And then she's like, oh, hey, Curry, bye, Curry. Like speaking, so I'm like, okay, she wants to talk to my dog, that's fine. But I didn't like how she was saying I wanted to keep my dog outside and things like that. I said, all right, neither here nor there. And then I started noticing Tupperware and doggy treats in my yard. They were not mine. And I really try to keep my yard very clean. And so I didn't know where these things were coming from last summer. Couldn't quite figure it out. Like, where's these black Tupperwares just appearing on the side of my yard? Where are these dog toys coming from? They look a little worn, used dog toys, like where are these dogs? And they're not mine, and I don't walk around my yard every day because I have a large lot around my house. But, when I go out and walk, I'm like, what's this in the yard? Or when it's time to mow the lawn, like, what's going on? What's this? So it didn't ring a bell to me on how these things were getting in my yard until this year. I asked her, I said, are you putting these things in my yard? And she said, yes, I am. If you could feed your dog and you could give your own dog water, I wouldn't have to do it. And I said, well, excuse me, I give my dog food and water. I don't know why you would say that. He gets food and water. You don't have to do that. She said, well, I'm going to give him because he doesn't like he gets any water. It was like a very scornful remark towards me. And I didn't quite understand where she was coming from because Curry has his own doggy room. He doesn't even live outside. This was before he started spending more time outside. So he has all his food, his water. He gets, I think I overfed him, because I feed him twice, They said just lot them out, you give him cups full, you read the dog bag, it tells you how much to give him, but then when we're cooking dinner, he wants doggy bones. So he also eats a raw diet as well, in addition to his processed food. And so, Curry's well taken care of. I wasn't quite sure where she was coming from, but, I just told her, there's no need for that. Please stop putting stuff in my yard. Please don't feed my dog. Please don't give my dog any water. And also don't give him any of your old used dog treats because she has a dog as well, a smaller dog. And she, all right, and she said, I'll do whatever I want to do. And I was like, okay, and that was the end of it because I couldn't win the situation. I didn't quite know what to do if someone was kind of impeding on me and my dog. Someone's feeding my dog without my knowledge. They're giving my dog water without my knowledge. They're giving my dog old, dirty dog treats that might be contaminated or, without my knowledge. I didn't know where to where to go. So in about April, animal control arrived at my residence. And it was because they said they got a report, the first call of many this year during the pandemic while we're quarantining, was that the first call was because we got a call because they said that your dog has a rash on its back. And I said, oh, yes, Curry, I have a big, large yard. And around my yard, there's these Arundel County weeds that grow out of control. So these weeds grow on my fenced yard. And they're sometimes itchy weed. I don't know the exact species of the weed, but we just have people come and my husband mows, and we just tear them down, the weeds, and get rid of them. But that doesn't keep sometimes dogs from kind of weeding off into the back of the yard and weeding all in and trying to dig a hole and all into the brush and all into the wood, the weeds. So he did get into the brush, and I noticed that he had something on his back. So I called our virtual vet, and they said, oh, well, it looks like he probably just has a mild condition, and just he prescribed some cream to me, and I can look it up. And so not prescribed, he told me just get this and try this, and if it doesn't clear up, then actually schedule a visit to come in. I said, sure, that I'll do that. So I went down to the Petco, got the cream that he told me about. So I start putting that on, and I also gave giving him a bath like every day just to make sure that he stayed clean, that the area stayed clean, and it got better. So I was like, wow, that's great. But in the process of that, animal control had come out, knocked on my door, and said, Rex, I said, oh yes. I'm aware of that. I'm actually self-treating him. I've already spoken with the vet about it. And they said, well, I think they said, they gave me a notice. And so I said, okay, they said to get it, a warning, a little red and white. They said, just make sure you get your dog checked out. I said, sure, no problem. So I was in the process of that. But then as soon as that first visit started, I started getting a plethora of visits every single day to my house. 27 visits in a matter of 90 days. It was literally every day or every other day while I'm in the house quarantining, trying to listen to the president when he's telling us to stay safe, stay quarantined, work from home. I'm also virtual schooling with my son in the house, so a virtual school mom. At the same time. So while we're virtual schooling with the kids, and I'm getting multiple calls to my house, something with your dog, something knocking on my door. I'm like, oh, well, how can I help you? I tell them I'm working from home. I'm doing virtual schooling with my kids. Anything you would like me to do, so that let me know why you're here, because I would like to resolve any concerns you all have about my dog. And then also I want to prevent you all from coming back. And I express that to all of the animal control personnel, that, I'm here to work with whatever you need. Let me know what I need to do, because I wasn't quite sure why they were, it seemed like, targeting me and my resident. But I don't think it was the animal control. I believe it was my neighbors. And they have admitted in various court documents, because this animal control is just one form of the harassment that I've been experiencing. I'm also in court cases about the same neighbors that they have been dismissed by judges because they were not factual. And I hope today that this commission will also hear the facts of this case and know that Curry is being well taken care of, and his health and well-being are not at any risk by being here at the residence with us. But just to also, that's the background information, but to, and also Mr. Pippin and Miss Sharon Fisher, they're on the phone as well. They're also neighbors. They've also mentioned that they had to come over when I left, that they would come over and get my dog water. And they said, well, we had to do it. I found out because we had a mediation session where we're trying to resolve our neighborly dispute. And they mentioned that they feeded my dog without my knowledge. They admitted to it. And I said, I never knew that. And I saw my dog was, at one time, I thought he was spitting up a little. And I said, what's wrong with him? But I gave him, I changed his diet. I changed his dog food. I said, maybe it's the dog food. I started getting him chicken and rice instead of beef, savory. I said, maybe it's the dog food. Maybe he just doesn't like that dog food. And so that's when I told all the neighbors, stop feeding my dog. This was this year in April. As soon as I told all the neighbors, stop feeding my dog, that's when these calls start coming in, flooding in like crazy. Ever since I told the neighbors, please just leave me and my dog alone. Don't feed my dog without my knowledge, because, I just want to make sure I'm the only one who's feeding him, so I can make sure I know what's going on, what he's consuming. And also, I don't trust. Yes.
Can I direct you to, can you address some of the findings from unbiased investigation by animal control officers, that when they come out and have talked to you about the tethering laws and food and water offered to pets, animals that are outside? So let's focus on their observations at each citation, regardless of whether initiation of calls were made to bring them out there. Once they're there, they make their own opinion and make their reports and their observations. So as they observed, no shelter, no food, no water. This is an officer's testimonies of several officers. Can you please address what you have done, if anything, to remedy the situation for food, water, shelter, and not breaking the law of tethering laws?
Sure, yes, I can. Thank you. For getting me back on track. So with this, these allegations are not all the way true. The first time I started letting Curry out for the tethering, I had him on the chain and I was not aware of the law. So the first time there was a warning that came out and said, hey, you're not supposed to have a dog tethered without it was shelter. I did not have his dog kennel outside. He had water, he had food, he had shade, because I put him right beside a big, nice oak tree I have in my yard. So he has natural shade. It's a huge tree. The tree is 20 feet tall, 20 to 20 feet tall. It's a huge tree. So no matter where the sun kind of hits the tree, he can always maneuver because the chain is actually like right beside the tree stump, connected to the gate. So he has natural shade. So I expressly thought, well, he has natural shade. I think maybe the only thing I'm missing is a kennel. First time they came out, I said, the only thing I think I'm missing is a shelter, which I was ignorant of the laws. I didn't know that was needed. So at that point, I said, well, I have a kennel. I have a dog kennel in my inside of his indoor doggy house. If I bring that out and put it next to him, would that suffice? They said yes. I said, all right. I went in my house. I got his dog kennel. I brought it out. I placed it next to where he was being chained with a. And they said that's fine, and they left. Every time they've so the next time they came out, they said they got a report from neighbors for no food, no water. I came out, and he had water. What happens is Curry sometimes tips his bowl over. What they did was told me get a no-tip bowl. So I said, okay, I could do that. So then I went to Petco, went and got another bowl that it didn't just stand up, it actually had legs on it. So it was supposed to be no tip. And so once I got that, I said, okay, Curry, now he has his bowl. So then as soon as they told me to make the adjustment, I said, sure. I went out and I purchased the materials that they asked me to comply with. Also food. Curry has food, but the issue is I do not feed Curry all day. So Curry eats twice a day. Curry does not eat 5 times a day. And I think there was a miscommunication, a misunderstanding as far as when Curry eats, which no one asked me, none of the neighbors said, when is Curry eating schedule? When does he eat? Because we really like to know what time he eats so we can see him. And I would say, sure, I'll tell you his schedule. But his schedule, he eats in the morning and then he eats at night. I do not, I keep a little bit of food out there for him. But I don't feed up his dog. I don't fill up his dog bowl every day. And actually, I talked to the county executives, and they actually told me that was a good idea because they said we have a rat problem in this area. And they said that I shouldn't be keeping large amounts of food out. And I said, well, I've been talking to animal control, and they told me I have to keep food out for the dog. And the county executive's office said, well, we have a huge rat problem. Why they're telling you that? And I said, okay, I mean, I don't know what to do because you're telling me one thing and they're telling me something else. So they said, well, don't keep a lot of food out. All right. So that's what the county executive's office told me when I called.
Okay, so understanding that makes sense if they're in time meetings morning and night. And is the water situation remedied with, do they have water at other times now that there's a no-tip bowl?
Yes, and what we are actually planning to do right before the dogs got taken, but if they're on their way back, I'll gladly be back on my way up to Petco, is that my husband found these new, it's a dog bowl. We researched a better bowl, because we had got the no-tip one, but that's maybe I don't think it's good enough because of these reports. So we found a bowl from Petco. It kind of looks like a water cooler, and the dogs just kind of press a button, or they initiate the water to come down. So what happens is they only get water on demand, and it prevents the water from toppling over because of the way it's constructed. The water cooler is on the top. It's not a water cooler, but it's a replica of like a water cooler, but it's a self-serving dog fountain. So we researched that. We were actually on the way to go get it the weekend right before the dogs got taken. And it's just that I told my husband, we'll get it next week. I could go up there. He's like, see, we should have got it. So that was already in the process. So we have researched that as well as for shelter. initially, we had a dog kennel. The officers told me that kennel was okay. When they start coming back out, they say, no, it's not okay. And Curry got impounded. And I talked to Officer Gilmore and Officer K9, Supervisor K9 at the location, and they told me that the dogs kind of should have been taken. Like I explained what's going on, you know. And they say, well, you know, we can't, you know, they didn't admit fault, but they said, you know, we shouldn't have maybe taken, because I had shelter, I had food, I had water. But what they did was bought me a dog shelter, you know, just out of the blue. They didn't even tell me, which is the officer did mention that, which I'm thank you for the animal care control for giving me that dog shelter. I just was unaware that it was coming. I didn't know who it came from. I didn't know if strangers came and dropped it off in my yard or not, but they did bring me a dog kennel for Curry right after in April, and which I thought was their standard. But they kept coming back out after April talking about I didn't have shelter. But they're the ones who provided me with this igloo shelter for Curry. So I was so confused. Like, you are the ones who gave me the shelter, but then you're coming back out and saying my dog doesn't have proper shelter. So it was very confusing to me as a citizen, because I'm trying to work with animal care control. Every time they come out, they say he needs shade. I go all the way to my shed. I say, well, let me see how I can fix this for you all, you know, to make it better. I go all the way out to my shed. I got a canopy. I found supplies around the house to try to make sure that everything is sufficient to their standards. I went and got a canopy, and this is a canopy that's used for cookouts, and put it over my dog cage, just so he's under a big 20-foot tree. But if you say he needs more shade, I'll do that. No problem. So I got him a canopy.
I have a question. Could I ask another question here?
Absolutely.
If in the first visit in April that they informed you about the tethering law, and each subsequent visit thereafter, each time the dogs are tethered, and that's one concern. April 15th, April 16th, April 20th, April 21st, 22nd, 26th, May 15th, May 24th, May 27th. Some of these, there's continued tethering. So once you're aware of the tethering, if you have a fenced in yard, why are these dogs being tethered?
Thank you. That's a great question. So because Curry is a digger. So what happened, how this all started, actually, I forgot, was last year he got out one time. And I said, oh my gosh, I found out it was a gap in my gate. I didn't know, because I was watching him, and I thought Curry was in. I saw his tail, and the next minute he was gone. I was like, who's that Curry? So yeah, ran down the alley, and we got him back. And so I noticed that there was a hole in my fence. So what I did was locked off that hole with some wooden pallets, so that he wouldn't get back there. But he just always tries to find a way. I mean, it's like his biggest challenge of the day is try to figure out. I'm like, Curry, you can't go anywhere. But I think he was trying to find a mate. You know, he's at that stage where I think he wants a mate. So he's probably going out to try to find a mate. So I'm working on getting him a girlfriend. But I say, Curry, you got to stay in, because he goes up the streets, and when we walk him, he always barks at all the dogs in the neighborhood. It's like all the dogs know him in the neighborhood. So he's probably trying to go out so he can go talk to the dogs up the street. I'm like, no, Curry, you can't go up the block. So that was the issue we were having. So instead of the dog going out loose and getting out, which I didn't want to happen at all, I never want to see Curry loose at all. You know, that's a nightmare when your dog is loose and you can't find him, or he gets out and starts running and you got to chase him. It's a nightmare. So what I did was said, I'm going to get a chain.
Okay, so although the fence is not is not adequate to keep the dogs in secured space, because running at large is also breaking a law. So I can appreciate you trying to remedy that. But tethering is also a law that is in place. I think we understand where we are right now. I'm not sure if there's much more that can be added.
I actually have a question about, this goes back to Dr. Hemmer's, Ms. Burke.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what I'd like to do is see if any of the commissioners have questions for you at this time specifically.
Yeah, so
And
Ms.
let's
Burke,
keep these answers brief, please, and to the point.
yeah, so I mean, looking back at the report from Dr. Hemmer, from his review of the animal, I mean, there were bite wounds that, you know, his bite wounds that seemed to have not been addressed. Can you discuss any of that, and can you give us any idea what the normal veterinary visits? I mean, how often this dog's been to the vet, who your vet is, like what's going on with all that? Can you discuss any of that, please?
Yes. So with Curry, let me see, I wrote down with her. So I heard from Dr. Hemmer that there was an ear infection for Curry. And I did notice last year that he was, scratching at his ear. He goes out every day, let him out. So if he comes back in and he looks like he's doing something a little funny, I'm like, Curry, what are you scratching right there? What's going on? Check him out. So he was scratching there, and so I figured that it was something going on with his ear, and I talked with the virtual vet, and they told me that it might be an ear infection. So they prescribed this. I have the name of it. Well, they told me to get Zymox Otic. I'm still saying that right. Zymox Otic. So I did get that and administered it to Curry, and it cleared up, and I didn't see it again. And so I was not aware that he currently had the ear infection. Next, about the broken tail, we also have a place out in the country. He goes out to the country, plays with those other dogs, the hound dogs. They live outside, so they're all over the woods, everything. So that is old, and it's well taken care of and healed now. I don't think that was the broken tail is not an issue at all. He also said he had a normal stool, which is true because he gets fed and proper nourishment. He said thinner as well. And earlier, Curry has a mixed diet. He does eat dog food, but he primarily eats lean meat, protein, chicken, steak, hamburger. Like Curry eats chicken, raw chicken meat. Not raw, but it's cooked chicken. And so maybe I think that's why I don't keep him all the way on the processed food because he just loves the raw food better. And I've always, I grew up with a family from the country, and they used to give in dogs, slop every day, the slop food in buckets. You live on the farm, the dogs and the pigs, they eat the slops, and stuff like that. So used to that farm life. And so he has a mixed diet. He gets that food, but every time I give him a piece of chicken, he's the happiest dog ever. So that might be a reason why he might be a little on the lean side. He also exercises a lot. I mean, he goes out every day for hours. Like I have him outside, I'm watching him for hours. So he gets so much exercise. I think as soon as he eats, he burns it right off. I think you should see. He's like a race dog. It's like a champion race dog. So next thing, the ear infection. Let's see, broken tail, normal stool, been there. And the bite wounds. And so for that one,
Stark, you're muted again.
Muted. Dr. Hemmer, you're unmuted, okay. So you know.
All right, thank you.
Yes, and from the bite wounds, I think it was just from a friendly Curry. I have another dog, just the way dogs play. Like dogs just wrestle with each other and things like that. And I think that's where it's from. Curry he interacts with other dogs. We go out to the park and things like that. But that's pretty much it. The country dog, down in the country, dogs at the park, and now my new dog that I had. Those are the only dogs he interacts with. And so when he plays, Curry's a very playful dog. Like, and he's so happy. He's a very dog. I mean, the animal could care and control if they're around him. They see he's a very happy, jovial dog. He loves to play. He loves to hop all over you. And like everybody in the neighborhood, even Mr. Bobby, who's on the phone, he's come to me personally and say, your dog's so happy. Yes, he is. I'm happy. Like I do everything for my dog. Like I spoil him. And so, yeah, that's all. I think it's just from play, fighting, playing with other dogs, and that's about it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Is there anything else that
You muted yourself, Stephanie.
Sorry. Is there anything else that Officer DeSantos would like to add?
Yes, there was some. Also, Officer Del Santos. Were you talking to me? Were you asking me a question, or was?
No, I'm asking the officers to reply now.
I just want to point out we did issue 3 notice to complies for vet care to Ms. Burke for her dog Curry because of his ear infections. Officer Herbert, who's actually available now, she was earlier on the road, can also attest to the fact that she issued Ms. Burke 2 notice to complies, one time after the dog was actually picked up for being at large and brought to the shelter, where we treated the dog for ear infection and had it cleaned out for the very first go around.
Can you expound on like the notice to comply? What on her end? What would she have had to done to comply?
It gave her a certain amount of time. I know for when the dog was picked up from the shelter and she came to redeem, she had 72 hours to get vet care for his ears because they were impacted and inflamed. Like I said, Officer Herbert's available. She can let you know because this was her notice to comply. But from what I understand, she did not follow through with that notice to comply to get vet care.
But generally speaking, if she had come, she would have had to come to you with some sort of documentation from the vet.
And we've asked her which vet she's gone to. Either she can't recall or she gives us a name, and she gave us Arnold Vet Hospital and Annapolis Vet Hospital. There's 2 vet hospitals right on Richie Highway right by her. I contacted both of them because she claimed one of them was for where she took Curry. I contacted both of them. Neither of them have records of this dog.
Okay.
That was actually a question I had because I believe I can't remember who, one of the commissioners asked Ms. Burke what the regular veterinary care was. So can I just ask Ms. Burke, who is your veterinarian for Curry?
Check it off mute. It is first vet. So right now he has a virtual vet because he was in a vet before, but they cut down their hours because of COVID, and then the vet left, the one I really like. Now he's been seeing, it was just seeing a virtual vet, and her name.
Who was the previous veterinarian before virtual?
Before that, let me see. That one. And my sister, I have to get that vet's name because my sister, Trina, the one who got the dog, she was taking him to the vet. That's where I got the dog. So she had been kind of still caring for Curry and the vet for me because like she just gave me the dog. So she was still kind of following up on that stuff for Curry. But I only took him to see a vet like once a year. We didn't have any problems. So I was like once a year that he goes to see the vet. So it's not a lot of visits that he has because he hasn't had any issues that I had to take him for. He's pretty much been great here at the house.
Okay, thank you. Can we hear from animal control? Do we know the ages, sexes, spayed, neutered, and vaccination status on these animals, please? Most of these citations are for Curry, is what I can see, but I understand Curry and Masala were both confiscated, correct?
Correct. So Curry is a intact male pit bull. Age, I'm not sure of. I don't have his ADS in front of me. Marsala is also a intact male Mastiff type breed of dog. I think we were guessing him between about 1 and 2 years of age. As for rabies and license, I don't believe Marsala is. We have no information whether that dog is vaccinated against rabies. Curry is currently vaccinated against rabies because when the dog was picked up for being at large, we issued that rabies vaccination.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I guess at this point, we have a lot of other witnesses here, and I imagine that they are the neighbors that would like to share their story. If we could keep this pretty brief, and I know there's a lot of history, what we'd like to do is not bring in too much information about personal interactions, but what I'd really like to focus in on is because there's a lot of disputes and a lot of underlying issues, and I think we've touched on that, and this can be very difficult and emotionally driven. What I'd like to focus on is when I speak and ask you to share your story, a few details of what you have seen and what has prompted you to call animal control to get involved. If you could maybe describe less of personal interactions and more of what you're seeing the conditions for these two animals, Curry and Masala, and describe your impression. May I please start with Sharon Fisher, and I believe that's also Miss Pippin, if I'm correct. Please go ahead and unmute yourself and share with us a few details of findings of what has prompted you and the conditions of these animals to call animal control. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear it?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
All right, I'm sorry. All right, I'm Ina Pippin. I live at 4 Fifth Avenue. And on numerous occasions, Curry has been left outside. He has been on a chain close to the fence, to the extent where he was almost hanging. The temperature was unbelievable numerous times. I couldn't even sit outside my own self. Several times, yes, I did give him water because his tongue is almost hanging to the ground. I have also seen rats run between his bowls trying to get food. Curry would just lay there. I mean, he was like beaten down to the point where he wouldn't even get up to disrupt the rats. And it was sickening. There was numerous times that he was out on the street. I myself, several times, brought him back to the house, went looking for him around in the neighborhood, called animal control, yes, because I'm so afraid that he was going to get killed, and I did not want to witness that. I have a dog of my own, and I know what it's like. So, yes, I did buy him some toys because he was doing nothing but just pacing around. Nobody would play with him. I have watched that myself. I have witnessed her son trying to push him down the steps with his foot. I have also witnessed the son call Curry to the back of the house to let him back in the house and then shut the door when Curry went up the back steps. And it was heartbreaking because the dog had been out there 8 to 10 hours. So he continuously got out of the yard. My son and several other neighbors, gave her fencing, gave her her husband, the father's son, I don't know who he is, gave her fencing for the fence to fix it so Curry wouldn't get out anymore. Offered to help fix it so he wouldn't get out. And there was no response. They took the materials but didn't respond to it. So I don't know what else we could have done other than, and when she did ask me to stop giving him food, I didn't. It wasn't food, it was treats. And I buy good treats. But when she asked me to stop, the animal control asked me to stop, and I did stop. I did stop giving him anything except for water, and I was not going to stop it. I don't know what else I can say. I just hope he doesn't come back. I just hope he gets a good home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Sharon Fisher, and I just want to say that since March, that animal control was called, and from June when they seized them, that dog was chained every day. I live right across the street, 3 Fifth Avenue. Every day, that dog was never taken off that chain for 2 months. 2 months. No water. I would watch the rats run around him. Bite marks on him was probably from the rats. because rats ran all around. I would watch her not even look at the water bowl, go right in her house, never say nothing to that dog. That dog would look at me across the street with his tongue hanging out. Now, I have not ever fed that dog. Not ever have I ever fed that dog. I have a brother. Curry was out there. His tongue was hanging out. He had no water. This was 90-some degree weather. I saw him in thunderstorms, lightning, hiding, couldn't get away from it. And she never came out to get that dog.
Yep.
So do I feel that dog should be returned to her, or either both of those dogs? No, because they're just going to be chained. Now, she said earlier that that dog was like her son, that well, would she put her son on that chain for 2 months? No. So that dog she's not treated like her son. No. That's what I have to say.
Thank you very much.
It's very sad. I saw Curry's chain. That's one time I called animal control. His chain was wrapped around his neck. And I told them they better get out here. Otherwise that dog would be strangled. And she never came out. So what we saw, it was literally, she says that's like her son. Well, I don't see her treating her son like that.
It's heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking to see an animal that's supposed to be, that's God's creature too. She said we should be godly. Well, let me tell you something. I think she better read the Bible, because that's one of God's creatures. I'm sorry to get upset, but this is, when you have an animal, a pet, that she says is her pet, well, I don't think any pet should be chained for 2 months for only a 3-foot chain. No shelter, no nothing, and no water. And then the food, that every day, he never came off the chain for 2 months. And then no water, and then to watch the rats eat his food. And he couldn't even move. I had one person stop me and ask me, because he was laying in the front yard, if he was dead. I said, I don't know. Because it was 90-some degree weather, no water, and they never watched that dog.
Okay, so, thank you. I'm sorry. I know it's emotional. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, sweetie. Okay.
And then if that's all for now, and we might add more, but if that's all for now, go ahead and mute. And can we hear from Mr. Bobby Kandahari? And I know there's a couple others with you, but I don't remember everyone's names. But if you guys would like to share your stories, now would be time. Thank you. And again, let's just a reminder to keep it brief, and please describe the conditions that you've seen the dogs in and what may have prompted as a neighbor to call animal control. What have you personally seen in terms of conditions for these dogs? Please describe your what you've witnessed.
Abuse is a smaller word. Cruelty. I have not seen what I have observed with my eyes in this property.
I'm sorry, I can't hear or understand, Mr. Kandahari.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes, when you're closer, I can hear. Thank you.
So I would say abuse is a smaller word, but I think it was the height of cruelty which we have witnessed from our windows, from outside. How these animals were tethered to the chain continuously for 3 months, rain, shine, 95 degrees, whatever weather, 32 degrees. These dogs were chained throughout these 3 months, which caused a lot of mental anguish for the whole neighborhood. Seeing these dogs, I'm sure nobody wants to see this in front of their eyes. And this woman would be capable of torturing other things. Who knows? When somebody's capable of torturing the animals, they're capable of torturing other things, you know? And
we're losing you again, Mr. Kandahari. Could you be a little closer?
Can you hear me now? Sorry. So I have observed a clear torture, abuse, cruelty with these animals. Not only cruelty, she has abused the animal control officials, police officials, right in front of my eyes. She has abused them. Systematically, she has abused the laws, and she has flaunted herself that she's in control of the situation. That's how I look at it very clearly. And in the interim, she has really cruelty is the smaller word. She has abused these animals with no water, no food. And look at the yard. Every time I see is weeds, trash, the worst yard on our block. the insanitary conditions left there. You have junk vehicles in the back, but it's regards off the track. I don't want to go off the track. I want to focus more on the animals. But when you have these kind of systematic issues, this needs to be addressed, and this has not been addressed. He purposely flaunted the laws because, oh, I can do this, I can do that because it's COVID. She has a no trespassing sign. Not a single time animal officer was able to get in her yard and see those conditions. This is what I have witnessed, and I formally disagree, even slightest, that the dog should be returned to court, and she should not be allowed to have any animals in that property. She should not be in control of animals because we are the spokesperson of animals. Animals cannot talk for themselves. And if these animals are treated like this, I believe somebody can do this to an animal. I don't know what can be.
Thank you. Is there anyone else there that would like to share their observations of animal conditions?
The neighbor.
Okay.
Yeah. Bobby can hurry.
Come in close because it breaks up.
Come in close now. And yeah, be still.
And sir, I don't know that, were you sworn in? I don't know that you were sworn in, sir.
You can I actually signed the affidavit too.
I'm sorry, if you haven't been sworn in, we can't hear your testimony. There was another woman there that was sworn in. That's who we'd like to hear from. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. Come in close.
Numerous occasions, I've witnessed the dog chained to the fence. Like continuously, like everybody has said, I actually work here, so I'm working 8 hours a day from the time I come in to the time I leave. The animals would be outside in the heat, the water, look very distressed. Pretty much like everybody else was saying, Bobby had also offered to help with fixing the fence so that the dog would not have to be chained. She was offended by that and called the police and had the police come tell us that we could not communicate with her.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else that has been sworn in? Yes.
Yes. How you doing?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, my name is Corey. So from what I've seen, I'm fairly new to this company. So, but from what I have seen, the dog continuously chained to a very short chain leash, like it can barely take 2 steps to the right or in any direction for that matter. And no food or water. So, and that's been on a consistent basis.
Okay, thank you so much. At this point, I think we've heard some testimony and commissioners, is there any questions that you have for either side of the parties here?
Stephanie, there's a Elena Robinson on the bottom of my screen. Is she testifying?
She's from the Office of Law.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And yes, I do have a question for Ms. Burke. Ms. Burke, you had testified that there is a tree in your yard that provided sufficient shade. If that was the case, then what was the canopy for?
Yes, thank you. I was just trying to comply with animal control's visit. So I thought that I had adequate enough shade, but animal control came and said, no, he doesn't have any shade. I said, well, he's by a tree. Is this not natural shade? And they say, no, it's not shade enough. So I say, well, okay, I'll put out the shade then. So I went all the way to my back to get a canopy just based on their request. But then they gave me a law. So I said, can you print me out the tethering law? Like, because you kind of come into me, but I've never seen the law on this. You know, it's always something new. A lot of people don't know about the tethering law. You know, I said, well, I'm not versed at all either. So they did. They gave me a printout. It's just animal control law, you know. And the law says that shelter and a separate shade required for dogs outdoors. And it says in accordance, and it says that it just cannot be excessive degrees over 90 degrees or not below 32 degrees. So I took this to heart. I said, you know what? I'm going to do everything on this case. So when they said that, I said, well, this says a source on section B1 of code 12.12-4-801 under section B, subsection 1, it states, shelter and separate shade required for dogs outdoors in accordance with the following provisions for each dog confined outdoors, which Curry was not confined, but I kept them outdoors while I was working. From direct sun, working from home on my computer, which I'm watching it, from direct sunlight at all times, an accessible shelter that shall protect, it says, a source of natural or artificial shade. So once I read this law, I interpreted it as natural shade, as a 25-foot tree being natural shade. So I did interpret that as that. But I don't think that this means natural shade. So maybe this needs to be revised in the law that says that there has to be a freestanding shade available for the dog, because I did give natural shade, and according to animal control, that was not adequate enough. They kept coming out for shade, even though he was by a 20-foot tall tree.
Okay.
Officer DeSantos, can you please comment on that? Although that there may be a tree on the premises, when the animals are tethered to fencing or otherwise, are they able to have access to that shade?
So we have pictures of what tree she's referring to. For the most part, when the dog is tied up, it can't reach the tree, or it's at the time of day where there is really no shade, or the doghouse is not close to the tree at all.
I got a picture.
So we have pictures. If you want, we can put them up. We have a capability of doing split screen. Every time an officer went out, we took pictures. It proved that there was either no doghouse, there was no water, inadequate shade, or the dog was just being tethered and nobody was standing around.
Okay, I think we'll probably yield to those pictures coming for all of us to look at in just a moment. In the interim, I have a question also. I know that some others have some comments to fill in. One question that I'm thinking of is, this has been just in the last few months. Have the dogs previously been indoors and now they're being tethered against law?
So
but why is that? Why is that a new change for Ms. Burke? Why are the dogs now outside?
I'm sorry, it cut out a little bit towards the end. You're asking why the dogs are suddenly being tied up outside?
Right. It seems like it was just in the last few months. And previously were indoor. If I'm understanding this scenario correctly. So, Ms. Burke, can you please comment on that?
Yes, so the dogs actually split their time. So what happens is I just started to put him on the chain because I'm working from home and he hates being in the house. I just noticed he was like depressed, staying in the house quarantining with me, you know, because I'm working from home. The president told everybody stay home, stay inside, keep your dogs in. All right, and that's what we were doing. We were following the president's orders. But I started seeing him depressed. So I said, Curry, okay, I'm going to let you outside while I work. You can go outside, be on the chain. I'll watch you, and then I'll bring you back in. So that is the pattern. We did change our normal behaviors this year. And I didn't know that I had to send on my neighbors a notice, you know, that, hey, my dog will be coming out.
But once you were made aware of the fact that tethering is against the law, it still continued at each visit citation. And so that is a concern for me, that we continue to tether. Do we have available the pictures of the shade provided?
But I don't agree. I'm appealing those citations. I don't know if I can say this, but I'm appealing those citations because all of those citations are not accurate. When they come out and say there's no shade, I think there was shade. So some of these I'm appealing.
Ms. Burke, what I'm commenting to is that being tethered in and of itself is against the law. They are not to be tethered, period.
This says as long as they have shade, water, and food. I'm sorry, ma'am, but maybe I misunderstood because that was one of the questions I first asked the animal control. Was, can my dog even be tethered? And they said yes. Your owner, you can tether him, but only in these circumstances, only if these conditions are met. And so that's what's going on. Animal control is taking this stance like your dog can't be tethered, but I'm saying no, I think he can be as long as these conditions are being met according to the law.
Okay.
Now, I don't know
Officer DeSantos, you have your hand raised to comment on that.
Yes, we have explained to Ms. Berg the dog cannot be tethered outside if somebody's not physically standing with the animal watching. I know one of my very first visits, I even discussed with her getting a kennel from Tractor Supply. I told her they were having a sale at that point. It was like a 10 by 10 kennel with an attached doghouse and a water bucket for $250. And she stated she was going to go do that so she wouldn't tie her dog up anymore. And then it just never happened. The dog continued to getting tied up. And as for Marsala, he actually didn't come into the picture until May 15th. It was originally Curry. And then Marsala came along after all these citations and he started getting hooked up without a shelter.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And just to clarify, they're not to be tethered without supervision? Is that?
No, somebody has to physically standing with the dog or having their eyes on the animal at all times if tethered and left outdoors.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to make sure I was correct in that. Commissioners, is there any other questions that we have at this time? And I'm still wondering if we're working on pictures to share on a mutual screen for us to see the actual evidence from officer visits that show that the dog is tethered in a place that does not have access to shade. Do we have anything of those pictures available to share?
We do. I'm not very computer savvy, so I might need a second to just figure it out.
While Officer DeSantis is doing that, may I ask Dr. Hemmer a question?
You may.
Thank you. Dr. Hemmer, your reports, I believe for both dogs, so correct me if I'm wrong, mentioned bites. One of them had bites on the ears and one of them had, I think,
it was just, can you still hear me?
I can.
Okay, something happened to my screen. I'm not sure what.
That's because they're sharing the pictures. But I guess my question is the bites that you mentioned in your reports.
The bites, I apologize. Bites were only noted on Curry, the pit bull type dog. There were no bites noted on my assessment on Marsala, the Mastiff. Bites were just on Curry.
And could those bites have been like just dogs being playful, as Ms. Burke suggested, or do you think there's any validity to the neighbors' claims that they might have been rat bites?
I'll address the second question first. The placement of upper and lower arcades in the bite seemed to be too big for a rat, in my opinion. So I would not believe them to be rat bites. The bites, in my opinion, are consistent with a dog-to-dog interaction. And there were several of them in varying degrees of healing, and they are much more than what I would anticipate with dogs, even roughhousing. The bites and the injuries that were there, I believe, were sustained from the dog being in a position where it's got a resource guard or potentially, defend a territory or perceived defense of a territory is my assessment.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
And I have a question on the same subject, Dr. Hemmer. So because you have described the bites as bites of varying degree of healing, does that indicate to you that there were maybe multiple incidents of dog interaction and incident?
I think you can make that. I think you can make that leap. When I see injuries like this, what it infers to me is chronicity. That whatever situation that dog is put in, it's being put in it on a regular basis and for a long-standing period of time, in my opinion. Some of those bites were scars, so they'd happened a while ago and healed over, which is going to take anywhere from 8 to 12 weeks. What that tells me is that this dog is in that situation on a regular basis, and because the wounds were of varying degrees of healing, it's been going on for a period of time. What that period of time is, I can't really address.
Do you have an approximate number of wounds, or?
No, I
Okay.
did not count them, but I can comfortably say I saw 6 to 8. In reviewing the photographs I had over the weekend, I saw 6 to 8 easily.
Thank you.
I do see that Mr. Bobby Kandahari has his hand raised. If you would like to comment, I'd like to give you that opportunity, and then we'll continue Commissioner's questioning phase.
Yes, I was addressing that sunlight and the shade because the sun moves from east to west. And when the sun is most of the time in direct path of the dog, he did not have any shade. The tree does give you a shade, but for a very limited period of time because the sun is going from east to west. I have witnessed, I've taken numerous pictures. I have seen the dog in that condition. That's what I wanted to bring it up. It's a technical thing that, you know, the sun is moving and obviously the shade cannot move around with the sun.
Thank you. And we are all looking at the picture here. I believe this is Curry and showing a chain tethered to a fence, indirect sunlight, and I guess the officer's report is that the length of that chain does not reach to the shade of the tree. Am I interpreting that right, Officer DeSantos?
Correct. Officer Keegan actually took this picture. She took it on April 12th. The chain is roughly 4 to 5 feet. Dog can't really, you can barely see the tree in this picture. There's really no shade. The other thing is the dog couldn't reach the water bowl or the food dish. It was just out of reach. And there's no shelter, obviously, in this picture. This was before we provided her with the shelter. We have other pictures I can go through and show you exactly what the tree is. We got to just find a good one where he's also included in the.
It looks like the tree is cut out of that picture. It's not even there. Can you?
All right, we have a video we're trying to get to play. Officer Keegan took, and it shows the tree.
Yeah.
This was on June 8th. This was on June 8th.
That tree. That tree. Like, that tree don't get shade.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. That video showed a tree to the left side, but if I'm not mistaken, on the right side, I saw 2 food bowls and the shelter.
Yes.
So the dog's food bowls and the shelter are nowhere near the tree.
Yes. After we were this is Officer Keegan. After we had been going out there, she eventually moved Curry's shelter and bowls away from the fence so that we could not look at them anymore. So we could never after that date we couldn't tell if he was being provided water. So she actually, it wasn't up until I think that date she moved his shelter to be next to her front porch. And so that's what I observed on that date. But originally the shelter was in front of the tree. I will say we didn't find Marcella to be there until May 15th. When I went out there, this is what Curry's house looked like. Curry was not outside, but there was blood on the dog house. And then I think I was out there with police, and so then we found Marcella in the back part of the yard. And that's the first time we had learned that she had gotten another dog.
Oh my
I believe
God.
she had used the tow chain now on that dog. And more pictures. She wouldn't come outside and show Curry. This is all we had from the incident because the neighbors had called in saying that the dogs had gotten into a fight when she first brought in Marcella. Some other dates on 5/27, he actually had no water in his bowl. And I took pictures of that.
Yeah, we saw a picture.
And this is Marcella in the back. You can see the chain. He was given this.
I see water there. No, it was water there. It was water at the bottom. It's low.
You can mute yourself, please.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Yeah. She didn't. So we believe that the black shelter was mesh. She did have sometimes a tarp over top of it. We could never tell if Marcella had food or water because of just where he was placed in the house. But this is kind of like where he was hanging out. His tether was inside the stairwell, but that's mainly where he was at in the back. I do have on. I do have on June 6th. I don't know I took a picture of what the outside temperature was in my vehicle. It was 91. According to our laws, you cannot tether a dog over 89 degrees. Both dogs were tethered. This was Curry in the front, tethered. And at that time, Marcella didn't even have access to his shelter anymore. It was just sitting out in the sun, away from him to be able to access it. But he was still tethered. He was able to the tether, I guess, was long enough for him to kind of get some shade on the side of the house, but he had no access to shelter. This black thing right next to the basketball hoop is what his shelter was, but it was not provided to him.
Yeah. These are pictures Officer Simpson took. Actually, it's not uploaded. No. Sorry, we're just having a little difficulty.
Nope, this is definitely helpful. Appreciate it.
All right, so this is a picture Officer Simpson took. The next one.
Yes, that picture there was actually taken on the 26th when I visited the residence with Administrator Robin Catlett. Dog was out in direct sun. You can actually, that picture's probably not it's a little fuzzy, but you can actually see the dog's actually, the chain is actually tangled in the chain link mesh here. Now the dog does have food, but the dog doesn't have any water at the time. And you can easily see that the dog, if the dog would have jumped the fence or climb it, the dog could easily hang himself as well. So you can imagine, I believe that day was I think it was 88 degrees, I remember. You can imagine how hot that igloo doghouse is at the time, with the sun beating down on it, and it's pretty far away from the tree. So there's absolutely no shelter here. And that was soon after where that doghouse was placed was the exact same spot I had picked up the doghouse and placed it into the yard. It wasn't even moved. But that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Burke, I see you have your hand raised. Do you have a final comment before we deliberate for?
Yes, I do. Because some of these say allegations are not true. The dog chain is not 4 to 5 feet. That dog chain I bought from Lowe's, and I bought it for 6.5 feet, and I can find a receipt from Lowe's. And it's actually and so the dog has enough. What happened, the picture that they showed, the first picture, it doesn't even show the tree. I don't know how you can see branches, but you can't see the tree. Like, because if you clearly see the tree next to him, you will see how he has to hit the shade. And that's what none of these pictures show. Also, food and water. Some of those I saw the water was there, but like the water was low. So there are times when the water has gotten low, and then they show up after Curry just drank all of the water. It seems like the neighbor sees Curry drink all the water and calls the animal, oh, the water's gone, the water's gone. And then they come out, and they're like, oh, I'm just about to fill them up more water. I just came out and gave you some like an hour ago. So that is the next thing, because the people who are calling the neighbors are the ones who are visually surveillance in my house, seeing when my dogs finish eating and calling immediately after their water is gone. And they said that they watch my house. They said that they watch it. They come over and bring my dog food, water. They could be coming over, tipping the tray over and then calling the police for all I know, because they are the ones who are calling. And they are the ones who admit to coming in my yard, putting stuff unknowingly for my food, my dog, food, and all this stuff. Next blood on the dog, that's my husband's blood from working out in the yard. That's not dog blood. So those little drops of blood is from when my husband cut his hand, and I don't know, he didn't go to the doctor, he just wrapped it up because he was working on a yard. He was working on our yard with a chainsaw and with a yard tool, cutting the trees. So that, my husband's blood, actually. So that clears that. I can definitely say where that came from, because he dripped his hand, bleed, had to go out and bandage him up. Also, Curry is not susceptible to any continuous biting. That's not true either. Curry stays in the house with just me. He doesn't even talk to any other dogs unless I walk him to the park, or just got my new dog that my husband gave me. That's the only dog he's really been around. Curry doesn't even be around any other dogs. He stays in my house.
Ms. Burke, I have a question for you, Ms. Burke. I just want to get this straight. If your accusation that your neighbors were setting you up with the water, but yet when the officers came out, didn't they confirm that there was no water?
But they have called. They came. The officers come because of the neighbor's call, sir.
Well, they don't come immediately.
They call repeatedly. All of these, they just admitted it on this hearing, sir. They said that, yes, we're the ones calling. They did admit it. It's on testimony, and they can re-record the tapes and play it. They have admitted to being the ones, the neighbors, who all of these complaints are stemming from. If you ask animal control why are they coming out, they're not coming out because, oh, I have a bad report, or someone saw my dog being fight, or something happened, or they saw him limping. Like the dogs that are being hurt out here. Never. No one has ever, except for these four specific neighbors.
My question was that,
who are the ones that...
No, taken away from your neighbors. Forget your neighbors for a minute. When the officers reported several times, they basically confirmed that there was no water and stuff like that. Can you speak to that? I mean, forget the neighbors for a minute. The officers that responded confirmed exactly what the neighbors were complaining about.
Yes, so what happens is Curry does have a no-tip water bowl. So when I put water in, I'm watching Curry, but his bowl, he drinks all the water. By the time I go check on him, go out physically like every hour, just a little, make sure he needs anything. If I don't see he needs anything, I won't. So it seems like they watch my house and wait till Curry drinks all his water, and then they call the police. Say, oh, Curry's out of water. And I'm like, what? You just told me I actually come out here like not too long ago. It's like if they're watching and to make a problem. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm at home working from home like many of you are, but so many people don't have jobs. So they have enough time to sit out and surveillance other people's house. You know, every time I do something, they're watching. And they, oh, Curry's out of water, let me call. They want to make a problem for me with my dog because they, for some reason, they think my dog's not being fed when he lives indoors. Like, he just started coming outside in the past 3 months. So you're telling me for all these years, he's been being fed and everything, but now, all of a sudden, because he's outside and now you're seeing him more, you want to get now you want to like obsess and stalk my dog. They're stalking my dog. Mr. Bobby on the phone, he gave me a letter that said he loves my dog so much. He cares for my dog so much.
The dogs
and he'll
being
do anything
outside
for my dog.
in those conditions, the dogs being outside in those conditions are breaking laws. So that's why it's being addressed. So,
I'll address the conditions.
I think we have photo evidence of it. I'd like to move on. Commissioners, is there any other comments or questions that you'd like to have
But
this
how
time?
do you know that temperature is accurate? Like,
okay, so I did see that Ms. Fisher has a final comment. Let's keep this very brief. Please unmute yourself.
Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All I have to say is the tree that she's talking about, that's a holly tree. That is not a maple tree. That is a holly tree. And when those leaves fall, when they dry out, they are very, very sticky. No dog will lay underneath that tree. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else?
Yes, can I add something? This is Ms. Pippin.
Sure. Very brief.
I'm sorry?
Just very brief, please.
Oh, okay, it will be brief. I just want to say I did see when they first got the big dog and Curry got into a fight. And that's where the blood ended up on the igloo. Now, whether the dog did it to her husband or whether it was Curry's blood, I don't know. And I did hear of another time that the big dog was on Curry at another time. I wasn't home at that time to see it, but I heard there was another time that the big dog was on Curry again.
What you're saying is that you witnessed one couple? Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have some questions, actually. So is it okay if I ask questions, Stephanie?
Yeah, I think this is, we can ask some more questions. I think that's appropriate at this time.
Yep. Is that where we are? Okay, good. Ms. Burke, thank you for your testimony. And I just have a couple follow-up questions, and they're solely based on the legislative code in Anne Arundel County. I'm not questioning how much you care about Curry, and I appreciate your efforts in trying to understand the legislation. Could you tell me, and you may have to unmute yourself, but could you tell me how long Curry is typically tethered?
Oops, there you go. Are you there?
Wait, we didn't hear the beginning, so if you could start over, please.
Yes, typically tethered maybe 5-6 hours when I'm at work. Yep, he is, and I'm watching him right outside of my window. And then he gets off the chain and he's allowed to just run around my yard. As you can see, I have a very large yard that I normally let Curry run around, but since he was getting out of my yard, I told him I put him on the chain so he couldn't get out.
Thank you. And I did listen very carefully to all of your testimony, so I do understand that the conditions in which you have a yard and so forth. So when you mentioned that he is supervised, could you explain how you supervise him?
Yes, I have a work from home station that's located in my living room, which is a computer desk with my computer, also a chair. There's also a couch in my living room located right next to the window. So in some of those pictures, you can see windows directly behind Curry. Those are the windows I'm always in, looking out at Curry. So I keep normally the shade open, but the shade is open a little, but the blinds are open a little bit more so that I can just see Curry. And I'm sitting at the computer. I don't even have to move an inch. I can just look over and see him, like my computer's here, Curry's here.
All right, so you're supervising him through the window.
And
Yeah.
are you able to supervise both dogs at the same time like that? Are they tethered outside at the same time?
Well, my husband normally watches the other dog. So we have another dog that he just gave me, but he's in love with that dog. So he is normally watching that dog or my son. So I also have a son here at the location, and his window faces the back of the house. So he's sometimes also in his room on his computer, but my husband pretty much stay out there with the dog all the time.
Okay.
It's right by, his door where he's like, the man cave. So yeah, so like he watches him all the time, but that's the back of my house. Like no one probably could even see that.
He's working from home also?
Yeah. We both work from home. We're we're entrepreneurs. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then so when they are tethered outside, it is for a duration of 5 or 6 hours at a time, and so therefore it's not just a temporary moment. Okay.
Well, it's not. Yes, you're right, because I didn't read anything in the law that said that there was a time limit on the time that dogs could be tethered. I didn't read any time constraint in the law. So under my knowledge, I was not aware that there was a time constraint for tethering a dog.
Okay.
So if I am unaware, like I always told animal control, please inform me and please show me the laws and I can look them up and understand them all because I'm a great reader. But I was not aware that there was a time constraint, ma'am.
Okay. And then have you ever tethered Curry or your other dog in temperatures below 32 degrees or above 90 degrees?
Never below 32. One day, which was the day they said that they seized the dog, is the day that they said that it was over 90 degrees. But when I look at a calendar for Baltimore, Maryland, which I have proof of right here, and I can share my screen. I look at a calendar. If you look in weather.com for Baltimore weather for June 2021, it does not show on the almanac any days that are over 90 degrees that they say in question. The days that they say in question, they show that they're 88 degrees, that they're 87 degrees. I do have evidence of that, but I can't pull it up from google.com and from the weatherchannel.com, which is a very trusted source for weather almanac reasons. So on these days of question, I see no days over 90. So the day that they took Curry, it was 88 degrees. And they said on the citation that it was over 90. I checked my weather for the day Google, what's the high today? And the high was 88 degrees. I took a screenshot of that and I have it for evidence.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No.
Now, you testified that the length of the tether is approximately 6.5 feet, and in that case, when they need to defecate or urinate, are they doing it while they're tethered, or is it when they're all out, not tethered? I mean, is there?
Yes. So normally we'll take them off of the chain and Curry runs around and he does his thing. Like he runs like a racehorse. Like you can't keep Curry still. Like that's the type of dog he is. That's why he's tethered, because he's very jumpy. He's all over the place. He runs like a racehorse. Like
thank you. I got that. I'm a good listener. I heard that. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for answering my questions. And I have a few questions for Officer DeSantos and possibly Simpson and Officer Keegan as well. So when you visited the property, did you see any evidence of the dogs being supervised?
No. There was nobody ever outside. We knocked on the door, rarely ever. The only time Miss Burke ever came out for me is when we were originally attempting to remove Curry from the property. This was.
I've been out every time talking to her. She the one who told the lady stop feeding my dog.
I appreciate your answer.
I'm sorry.
So, we'll just finish up here. Okay. And
that was April 14th when I went out and nobody answered the door. I had my training officer with me at the time, Officer Roan. I had her bang on the door several times while I went back to my vehicle to get a catch pole, because Curry does have a bite history. So we needed a pole to get him. As we were pulling him, Miss Burke then came outside.
Okay. And
Is it also your testimony that you have evidence that the dog was tethered longer than just for a temporary task on behalf of the owner?
Yes, because we've gotten complaints into dispatch, and we don't respond right away because it's most time physically impossible. There's been times when I've been down in Southern County or I'm not working at all, and it's a different officer who has to go out. We'll get out as fast as we can, but there's sometimes where there's going to be a gap of an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours based off of where you currently are in the county and what calls are already holding in the system.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I think that is it for me.
And may I just add into the fact that these animals aren't being supervised? Can I add to that?
Sure.
One particular incident, it was April 16th. A call came into dispatch that Curry was out running loose, and they were scared he was going to get onto Ritchie Highway because that's where Miss Burke lives. She lives pretty close to Ritchie Highway. The call came in around 1 o'clock. Myself and Officer Roan didn't get out to that call until 13:42 hours. So 42 minutes later, the dog was still running around at that point in time. We have pictures of the dog running around. We have the neighbors who were actually there trying to help us capture this dog so he wouldn't get hit. It took us 45 minutes to get him. During this time, we are going back up and down the street in front of Mrs. Burke's house. There's people yelling, Curry. There's people just yelling in general, trying to get cars to slow down. And also, I want to point out, Miss Burke's car was parked in front of her house, and you can actually see it in one of the pictures that we took. Miss Burke didn't contact animal control until around 4:30, 5 o'clock, asking if we had her dog.
So, I mean, I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth. I'm just trying to clarify that what you're trying to say is that if you were being supervised, that you would have expected her to come outside or respond.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Or, yeah. Okay. Thank you. One other question. I mean, as far as is there evidence of feces or unsanitary conditions around the 6.5-foot diameter of where he's tethered?
Every once in a while there's feces, but it's going to be common when a dog's left outside. I wouldn't say it's excessive, anything like that, no.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony.
Commissioners, any other questions that you have before we move on to open deliberation?
Yes, I have some. You asked me if I had questions.
Nope, I asked commissioners if they had any questions. I think we've heard enough testimony on both sides of the parties to try to make heads or tails of the situation. I do appreciate everyone's time today and patience. And I know this isn't easy in understanding what is the right thing to do here. So again, thank you everyone for being here. At this time, when we, as a commission board, we will be closed to any more public participation or comment. Unless you're directly asked a question, you may briefly answer that question. Otherwise, the conversation is now closed to public participation, but it is open deliberation and discussion while as a commission group, we make a final decision on this. Again, this decision is a recommendation to the chief of police or his director, and they will make a final decision on things. So that is what phase of this process that we're in right now. So at this point, we are closed to public comment, and let's start with Tom. Can I hear from you? And can you please share your thoughts here in the open deliberations?
Sure. I think that animal control has brought a lot of evidence here. I'm very concerned that Ms. Burke has not been able to provide the name of a veterinarian that she's used. The fact that there's really no, basically, with the witness testimony, the pictures I've seen from animal control, I'm having a real hard time here seeing where this animal is being taken care of, in any sort of way, shape, or form. That's the short of it. I mean, if we want to get into the specifics, but I mean, I'm having a really hard time here kind of finding anything, good to latch onto here. So I'll leave it at that for now, and I'll comment once we hear around the room. But those are the main things that jumped out at me. A is the lack of, the name of a veterinarian, the fact that, Dr. Hemmer has testified that, that these bite wounds are existing and potentially chronically occurring. And there's, the explanation is play, and that's obviously not, something that veterinarian is, think it's not where he thinks that stemmed from. So that's concerning to me. The fact that the dog's been at large, the fact that when the dog was at large and if the person was there, I mean, all these things are all coming to the same point. So that's where I am.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Well, first, I mean, the cases like this, I mean, they're emotional on all sides. And I do appreciate Ms. Burke being here today and explaining her perspective and giving more information on the situation. I also appreciate her, her efforts in trying to understand the law. But my questioning was very much about the code. And what I believe the evidence shows and the testimony shows is that there are repeated violations of the code, and I can go into further detail if we would like to, but the tethering, which is, well, the code, let's see, 124801A. I mean, I think there are multiple violations there. And for those reasons, I think that I would keep the dogs in protective custody.
Thank you. Matthew?
I really don't have much to add. I think there's a multitude of evidence that is concerning, and the owners have had numerous opportunities to comply, and it's really led nowhere. So I would agree with Elizabeth. I don't really see an easy option here.
Thank you. Ed?
Yes, I believe that this commission should be a voice for the voiceless, which is the animals. Animals matter. That's what we're called. This tragic story began March 8th, and citation after citation after citation occurred until May 15th. And then we got a Mastiff involved, which we got cited after citation after citation. The evidence at best was contradictory. And we heard that they wanted to work with animal control, but the report speaks much differently. They were cursed at, slurs, and the episode we finally had to end with getting the animals taken on June the 6th. I agree that action was proper. I agree that the animals should not be returned. And I further agree with the testimony of Mr. Kandahari that we should also recommend that this defendant not be allowed to have animals ever again. And that's it.
Thanks, Ed. I appreciate that. And Jennifer?
Yes. I certainly don't want to just keep repeating what everyone else has said, but Tom was the first to mention it, and I think for me, not being able to name a source of regular veterinary care other than a mysterious virtual vet, that I found that troublesome, because whether or not this is just a neighborhood dispute and it's personality conflicts, the fact of the matter is there's some medical reports out there that show that these animals were lacking some basic veterinary care. So that I found that very concerning. I also found it concerning in Dr. Hemmer's report that the skin lesions on one of the dogs were not only chronic, but were from poor environmental hygiene and inadequate bedding. So no matter how you look at it, these dogs weren't being given a proper a proper place to live, on a regular basis. There were multiple violations, and one of the things that I want to say I found persuasive, but perhaps what I mean is I found it noticeable that a lack of persuasion is if there were that there were no other neighbors here testifying for Miss Burke, or even her husband or someone else besides Miss Burke who could have testified to the care of the animal or in support of any of the information that Miss Burke gave. I just felt like it might have been very helpful for me to hear from her husband or her son as to the care of the dog. But one of the things that struck me more than one of the things, that I found for me personally that I thought was very instructive was if I was upset that someone is feeding my dog without me knowing, or that I thought people were watching my dog or causing problems for me, I would have started to bring the dog inside. And I didn't hear that happen. In fact, the testimony that I heard that these dogs remained outside for extended periods of time every day for several months after these initial violations. And I found that probably one of the most persuasive pieces that lets me know this is a chronic problem. So I agree that the animal control was justified in removing the animals, and I do not think that the animals should be returned. I don't know if we have the authority to do what Ed said, that to prevent future animal ownership. If this commission does have that ability, I would probably be leaning in that direction as well.
Thank you, Jennifer. And to echo what a lot of you are saying, I just felt like there was, well, I observed sufficient evidence from reports from the animal control officers and documentation, regardless of where the source of tips come from. That's not one thing that we particularly look at. And what we are looking at is the confirmation of an investigation by these multiple officers, and the documentation that was provided is sufficient for me to understand that several violations of code are indeed happening. And that also with medical evidence of poor health and neglect, I am also in agreement that these animals should not go back into care and ownership with Ms. Burke, and that if we do have opportunity to make a recommendation that ownership be denied going forward, we can discuss that further. But I think we're all in agreement here that there's enough evidence showing that indeed code violations are occurring, and that's the bottom line. That's what we're here for today. And I think that we have seen enough and testimony to move on that. So just to discuss recommendations, I think we're getting closer to making a motion, but of not returning ownership and keeping the two dogs, Curry and Masala, in the care of animal control. But I don't know if we have can we discuss further what we're talking about a recommendation, if that's what we can do, a recommendation to prohibit future ownership of pets? I mean, is that something that everyone's interested in talking about at this time?
Yeah, I believe that we can. I believe that
I think we can make several
we make a recommendation to the chief of police in our report that be included. You might want to get Curran in on this, or Robin, and or both. But I believe that there was some things passed. With the latest Antelope County Council for animal control, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that was something about that was in there. If we deem that the case that we hear is warrants that and is that extreme, and I think we got one here.
All right, so going forward, the commission wouldn't have the authority to prohibit future ownership. That would have to come from a court. So what we're here for today are Curry and Masala, the two dogs at issue, and the question is essentially whether or not it's necessary for animal care and control to continue, but whether or not it's necessary for the health of the animals or necessary to protect the animals from cruelty, for the owners of the animals to not get possession of those animals back. And at that point, that would be the recommendation to the chief of police. Again, as with the last case, if it's determined that it's not necessary, then that's when you get into whether or not there are conditions for redemption of the animals. But if it's determined by this commission that it's necessary for the health of the animals or to protect the animals from cruelty, that the owners don't get those animals back, then that would just be the recommendation to the chief of police.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. I have
Curran and Ed, if I may, real quick. This is Rob. Curran, I suspect that what Ed is talking about is the irresponsible ownership legislation. Okay, good. I see a nod from Ed on that, and that's a separate issue, separate yet connected. And in theory, yes, Ed, but the citations that were all issued have to be adjudicated before Animal Care and Control could consider attempting to make that designation. And as Ms. Burke indicated in here, she is still not been adjudicated on those citations that have been issued.
Okay.
Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I suspect that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what I briefly was referring to. And obviously concerned that in the middle of this, we got another dog, a Mastiff, and that got included. And I can almost guarantee after this is over, there's going to be more animals at this particular address, but that'll just have to be taken care of in and of itself, I suppose.
It's good that we're discussing what our commission authorities are. And again, these are recommendations and that these recommendations can be appealed. So if anyone disagrees with what our decision is today, you know, this is an informal platform that is made up of volunteers and communities to help make these recommendations. So that is our purpose today, would be to look at, let's discuss making a motion. If someone would make a motion to about whether or not these two animals, Curry and Masala, would be safe and cared for if returned back to ownership by Ms. Burke.
Well, I'll make a motion that Curry and Bella would not be properly cared for if returned back to Miss Burke, and that keeping that from happening would be proper.
I'll second.
And just to confirm, you said Curry and Masala, right?
Right. I thought it was Bella. I'm sorry. Wrong case.
Wanted to make sure.
Masala, yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and all in favor? Thank you.
Hey, just one other comment. I know someone else said it too, but I just wanted to express my appreciation to animal control officers for the comprehensive case and evidence that they presented today, and the efforts that they had made in this case to try to work with the owner as well as here today with us.
Agreed. Their work is wonderful. Thanks so much. Okay, so I don't know where we are, if everyone needs a quick break, or if we, looks like we have two other cases. If we'd like to take a quick break, how are we feeling? Or would we like to move forward?
Bathroom break, if that's okay, just a quick one.
Okay, let's take maybe a quick 3-minute break and then come back.
Thank you.
I'd like to take a break, but if Miss, I think it's Miss Olson, if she is still on here, I just want to extend my apologies because I realize now from the comments that she had been waiting all morning for a case that was apparently postponed. So if she is still out there in the in the waiting room somewhere. I'm deeply sorry. I don't, not sure what the confusion was, but I feel bad because she took off work and she's been sitting here all day, and apparently her case had already been postponed. So.
Yep, let's see it.
Just waiting on a couple commissioners, and then we'll be ready.
Sorry, I had to get some animal crackers for a snack for Animal Control Commission.
I appreciate you staying on team, sir. Or on theme, I should say.
Hey, Tom, I just want to mention, I know we only have 2 more cases left, but just depending how time runs, it is 1:15 now. I have a doctor's appointment at 2:30. So I guess we'll see how things run, but if there's a public safety and an animal disturbance, so there might be a chance that if things get closer to, I'll probably try to step out at 2:15. If we get close to that, I'll just sort of raise my hand and say, so I don't really know if that makes sense, then maybe even having you just be acting chair on the last case as well.
That's
just
fine.
in case if the time is getting there. Just apologize. I'm sorry about that.
No, that's fine. That's not a big deal at all. I just think we just need to make sure that Phil's aware of who is potentially the one that's going to need to sign, because we're going to both end up having to sign off on separate cases this month.
Yeah, and we already are in that scenario anyway. So I think
Right, no big deal.
Yes, sorry about that.
No, it's not a problem.
Okay, so we'll just kind of see what happens timing wise on things, but we'll see where it goes. But I'll try to. So that means that I have about 1 hour. I'll try to step away about 2:15 to head to my 2:30 appointment. Thanks so much for doing that.
All right, I think we've got everyone back here. Let me just double check. Yeah. Wait. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Looks like we're good.
Okay, great. Phil, if you wouldn't mind calling next case, please.
Absolutely. Our next case, we have Richard Albach versus Gary Kremen for the public safety threat citation. All parties who have an interest in this case who wish to testify may now come forward to take the oath. Please utilize Zoom's raise hand feature, and we'll get you called up one by one and then sworn in together at the end. Let's see here. We've got Mr. Kremen here, Mr. Albach here. And they should be coming up now. Mr. Albach, if you can hear me, if you would please turn on your audio and video. Perfect, you're doing it. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Perfect, and I can hear you. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Richard Albach, 621 Dunbury Drive, Arnold, Maryland, 21012.
Thank you kindly, sir. Hang on for just a second. I'll get you both sworn in here. And Mr. Kremen, if you can hear me, if you would pop your video and audio up as well.
I'm trying to get my video.
No worries. Let me see if I can shoot you a pop-up here. Something might have appeared. There we go.
There we go.
All right, and you can hear me. So if you would please state your name and address for the record.
Gary Kremen, 569 Kevin's Drive, Arnold, Maryland.
Thank you kindly. And if you would both please raise your right hands. Do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Perfection. Thank you kindly. If you would please remain muted unless called upon to speak, and we are good to proceed.
Great, thank you. I see here that we have a public safety threat, while at large, chasing or approaching a lawfully restrained domesticated animal in an aggressive manner on May 31st, 2021. If we could first hear from the complainant, Mr. Richard Albach, please. Can you please share your testimony? Unmute, sir.
Yes, my testimony is not going to vary too much from what I wrote in my complaint. On May 31st, I was walking my daughter's black Labradoodle named Stanley. She and her husband and her family were away for the weekend and had asked my wife and I to dog sit for them. So I was walking him leashed up Kevin's Drive, which is the street that intersects mine, pretty much where my house is on Dunbury. Walking him from up the hill on the left-hand side, from my perspective in the direction we were going. And as I approached the top of the hill there is a lot between houses where nothing has been built. And there were some children playing a game. It may have been kickball. I'm not quite sure that I recall precisely. But at any rate, home plate or something was right on the sidewalk there. So I moved just so as not to interfere with their game in any way. I stepped out into the street with Stanley on the leash and proceeded around them. As I was doing that, there were two dogs. I think they were boxers, but I'm not an authority on that, who approached from the opposite side of the street. They were unleashed, and one of them, it appeared to me the younger of the two, and that might have been Willis, I'm not sure. But at any rate, and I only learned that from speaking to a neighbor, what the names of the dogs were. Anyway, both dogs approached, and one of them came into the street, leaped onto Stanley. So it was like me with the leash, Stanley, and then towards the middle of the street, and this other dog coming from the opposite side leaped on top of him, growling. And I was trying to pull Stanley back away from this because I couldn't intercede. Two dogs were in front of me. The owner called because the owner was out in his front yard, called and, called them back. But by then, Stanley had already been attacked, I would say. I asked him why his dogs were not leashed. He told me that this has never happened before. So at any rate, that's pretty much the incident. I took Stanley back into my care and proceeded back away from the whole, from that house, from the vicinity.
Thank you, Mr. Albach.
Yes.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Did Stanley sustain any injuries that led you to seek medical attention or anything like that?
No, he did not sustain any injuries. And in fact, he was, I never even told my daughter about this incident because I didn't want to upset her that, that this thing happened. And actually, as it turns out, Stanley was suffering. He had cancer. And since May 31st, he's had to be euthanized.
Oh, I'm sorry for your loss.
But anyway, my daughter doesn't know anything about this.
Okay, thank you. Gary Kremen, can we hear one thing I want to clarify? It looks like there's two dogs, Junior and Wilson, and it looks like maybe one citation has been paid and one is not. Am I correct in that? That are you seeking this appeal or this for just one of the dogs?
Just one of the dogs, that's correct. My younger dog, Junior, Willis, I'm protesting for Willis.
Okay, so but and to Mr. Albach's
Yes.
description as well, that there was two dogs approaching, but one had an altercation with his dog Stanley. So and so you're saying that was for Junior.
Yes.
That Junior had the altercation, and you're not disputing that, and you paid the $50.
No, I'm not disputing that. I've already paid that fine.
And to his testimony, only one dog was involved, but so that's why you're disputing Wilson?
Willis, that's correct.
I'm sorry, Willis.
That's okay.
Okay, well then I was not able to ask the dogs their names, so I reported both of them.
Appreciate that. And anything else that you'd like to add, Mr. Crimmin?
Just the fact that, they were in the garage with me. I was in the garage working when the gentleman came up with a dog. My younger dog did run out there and did run in the street. Was probably, little over aggressive. I don't believe he actually bit or anything vicious like that. He is a young dog and still in training. My older dog, Willis, who was 12, started going up to the street area. I told him to stay. He stopped. He was on the left side of my driveway in the yard. He never went out into the street and never got involved in the incident at all. That's why I'm protesting. I had no problem with Junior. I understood that he did something wrong. And yes, I needed to pay it. And obviously, I'm not going to let that happen again. But my older dog was not involved with that incident. He stayed in my yard on my property.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, is there any questions that you have for either party?
Yes, Mr. Albach?
Yes.
And do you agree with Mr. Crimmin's testimony?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for either party?
No.
Mr. Crimmin, I appreciate you taking responsibility for Junior, who, as you mentioned, and no one's disputing that this happened. And Mr. Albach, I'm sorry that this happened to Stanley, and I'm sorry for your loss of your daughter's dog. But I do appreciate Mr. Crimmin for, and it seems like we're in agreement that one dog was involved, and you've already paid that fine. And so I appreciate that. I think as a commission, our next step is to discuss the appeal for, and to your point, in our documents, it says Wilson, and you're saying that this dog's name is Willis.
Willis, that's correct.
So if we could correct that in our records as well, but on the citation, it does say Wilson. So so I guess this is pretty straightforward, and I do appreciate both of you gentlemen being here today and waiting your turn patiently to share this. What I'd like to do is go ahead and close for open deliberation, and then we may give you a call or ask you further questioning. But at this point, we are going to close to public participation and proceed to open deliberation discussions. So first, Tom?
Yeah, I think this is pretty cut and dry. I'd be willing to make a motion right now. It sounds like, he's already taken care of this. Everyone's in agreement. So, I can quickly make a motion if you guys are okay with that.
Absolutely.
Yes, please.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion that we dismiss citation ending in 6783, basically because, this dog, it was issued, basically because he wasn't sure which dog was which. So
Agreed.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Thank you, guys. Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Philip, whenever you're ready, I guess we're ready for the next case.
Absolutely. Our next case, we have Jeff Pelkey versus Deborah Haynes for the animal disturbance citation for Gracie. All parties who have an interest in this case who wish to testify may now come forward to take the oath. Please utilize Zoom's raise hand feature. I'll get you added in one by one and all sworn in at the end together. I see them both here, so this should be pretty easy. should be coming up now. All right, there's Mr. Pelkey. Hope I'm saying that right. Sir, if you can hear me, if you would please turn on your video and audio. Let me see if I can send him a pop-up. Boop. And again, I'm sorry for my background noise. We're doing adoptions, which is good, but noisy. Mr. Pelkey, can you hear me?
How about that? Can you hear me?
Hey, now we got you. If you would,
All
please
right.
state your name and address for the record.
Jeff Pelkey, 1613 Rebel Downs Drive, Annapolis, Maryland, 21409.
And we don't see you, but it says your video's on. Do you have a cover or a slider at the top of your webcam, anything like that? I know this new laptop of mine actually has a little slider. It's kind of neat. Hey, there we go.
There we go. Okay, good. Let me
Perfect.
readjust
All right.
here.
Yeah, that's perfect. All right, so just hang out for a second. I'll get you sworn in just a moment. Ms. Haynes, if you can hear me, please turn on your audio and video. Let me see if I can give her a pop-up as well. Have to unmute and start video. I see that you said it's not working. I did just send 2 little pop-ups to you, if either one of those work. If not, I'll give it just a moment, and I'll try again.
I don't know if it makes any difference, Phil, but her name appears twice down here. I don't know if that's going to be causing her a problem.
You said her name's... Oh, her name is in there twice.
Yeah, she's in the call
Strange.
twice.
Let me see if I can give the other one a... Oh, no, she got it. Here's the video request. Perfect. Can you hear me, Miss Haynes?
Yes, I can.
Hey, perfect. There we go. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Deborah Haynes. I live at 1615 Rebel Downs Drive, Annapolis, 21409.
Thank you so much. And if you both would please raise your right hand. And do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thank you both. If you would please remain muted unless called upon to speak, and we are good to proceed.
Thank you. So I think we'll begin with our complainant, Jeff Pelkey. Are we pronouncing that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. If you could please describe what prompted you to report this complaint and describe the complaint in detail.
Sure. First of all, this has been going on for about 20 years with 2 different dogs. And up until the newest dog, have I found out how to try to end up with you all. So anyway, 2 Mondays ago, or Sundays ago, my wife and I were working in the backyard, and the dog comes out and just starts barking vicious barks through the fence at us. And this is typical. I mean, this happens. I've got 140 dog barking recordings that I would like to share with you at some other point. But, you know, and then all of a sudden it became a FU match with her husband and myself over the fence. I really wish he could have been here today because he is 70% of this problem. And this happens on a regular basis. That's really all I have to say.
I do appreciate that there is a lot of history and a lot of times, especially.
I would like to meet with you guys at some point, one-on-one, to give you some almost animal critical information that you all might be interested in.
Well, what we can do today is typically what we try to focus in on is the date of the complaint, even if you have a lot of history of complaints or a lot of historical documentation. We often try to focus in on the evidence that you have from the specific date of the citation. Okay. So talking about that being August 15th, I don't know if you have anything prepared in terms of a video of barking from specifically that day of this complaint, August 15th at 1:30 p.m. Do you have anything available for that?
I don't have any video or audio recording of that particular day, but that was the day that threw me over the edge to file this complaint with you all.
Okay, and going forward, it's fine to document, and then just make sure that the documentation that you have correlates to a citation that we can use as evidence. In the meantime, that doesn't hamper us from moving forward. Can you please describe what the barking is like? Duration, perhaps, or what is an inciting cause, or describe a little bit more around the circumstance of why this is happening.
The dog, if it's outside, and here's another issue I have, is that their backyard and my backyard butt up to a community playground. And the dog will bark if there's kids in the playground, and I mean a vicious type bark, not a friendly type bark. And this is the same problem that we have at our house. At times I will go out, my wife and I try to spend as much time in our backyard as possible. And we eat outside and we grill outside, but sure as shooting, I go out there to start the grill, their back door opens up and there's that dog barking right on the other side of the fence from where I'm trying to grill. And until I make a scene of some sort, that dog will not be called back in. And this has been going on forever. And I even took the other neighbor to court for the same issue. And you all should also have complaint letters from me before this date to the Haynes concerning their barking dog warning letters. It did help a little bit, but then it seems like they slacked off and now we're back to where we started.
Okay, so the barking, as you describe it, is triggered anytime that you come outside?
Anytime I come outside or if there's kids in the playground are the two primary reasons.
Okay, and duration of time of, I don't know.
And if I don't make a scene to get this dog quieted, typically I can only last about 10 minutes. But if I don't make a scene to have that dog brought back in, God only knows how long it would bark.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else to add at the moment?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thanks so much. Ms. Haynes, could you please share your side of testimony? Unmute, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. The incident of August the 15th, is that correct? Yes. I had let the dog out. I don't know when the Pelkeys are out in their yard because they have trees along the fence line, so I cannot see. I let the dog out. She started barking. Well, let me put it back. I went halfway down my basement steps when she started barking. And because we are very aware of Mr. Pelkey's attitude, because he did mention how he took the other neighbor to court over a barking dog, we tried to get her in as quickly as possible. I went to the door. I let her in. I went back down to my basement steps, and my doorbell on my ring rang. And I came back up the basement steps. In the meantime, Gracie did bark because somebody's at the door. I go to the door. There's nobody there. I'm thinking, okay, I don't see a delivery truck or anything. There's nobody at my door. So I said to my husband, who's upstairs, I said, that's strange. There's nobody here. And he said, oh, so I happened to get and look at my Ring video, and I see that it's Mr. Pelkey. He comes and he's a little antsy at the door, rings the doorbell, gets down, says F you, and gives my camera the finger. So then when my husband sees the video, of course, he goes outside and he confronts Mr. Pelkey with the F you words. But intentionally, as Mr. Pelkey's implying that we let the dog out when he goes out the door, like I said, we can't see. And yes, the dog does bark when there's kids at the tot lot, but usually there's a dog running loose in the tot lot behind us. And we are super sensitive to Mr. Pelkey, but I don't believe we should have to be because he doesn't own the backyard.
Okay, can you please describe in your best words what barking triggers, frequency and duration, and perhaps what you do to remedy the situation?
Well, this particular Sunday, it was like 1:04, 1:05 when he rang my doorbell, so it wasn't 1:30. And as he said, it was continuous. It's not, because like I said, we're super sensitive to the dog barking. We let her bark at the most 5 minutes. It's not continuous. And anybody will tell you that, except for Mr. Pelkey. What triggers her is dogs running in the back at the tot lot, squirrels running up and down the fence line.
And then
what type of dog are we talking about here?
She is a Shepherd Lab mix. She weighs 57.5 pounds. So she does have a deep bark. It's not vicious, maybe to people who don't like her.
Okay, thank you. As you can hear, my dog's barking right now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I also have from my Ring camera of dogs barking out back, and my dog is not even out back. So it's just a Pelkey problem.
Commissioners, do we have any questions for either party at this time?
I have one question. Mr. Pelkey, what is your desired outcome from this case?
My desired outcome is, I understand that dogs bark. I get that, okay? But with the situation where the dog goes on a serious barking rampage, I'd like to see that time shortened a little bit. I mean, we every now and then watch my stepson's dog that's a pit bull, and he'll bark 2 times in the morning and that's it. So not all dogs bark like their dog does. I appreciate that they are trying to rectify the situation. I appreciate that. But when it comes down to, what's going on, when I have to get into a shouting match, there might have been a misunderstanding that day for whatever reason, but I don't want to have that happen again. So if we can, I'm just looking for a little improvement, if you will. But like I say, when this is all over, I want to meet with you guys about some other issues.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pelkey. Commissioners, do we have any other questions at this moment? Or yes, Ms. Haynes, you'd like to add something?
Yes, can I say something to a little character of the Pelkey family? About 2 years ago, when he went to court with my other neighbor who has a dog. Now, mind you, she has dogs. Next door to her has dogs. Next door to them have dogs, and next door to them have dogs. Across the tot lot, there is dogs. But about 2 years ago, Mr. Pelkey and his wife called Arundel County Police because of frog noises. The police came to my house at 10 o'clock at night, knocking on the door about frog noises. frog. It was mating season for the frogs, so the frogs were very loud. And his
Sorry, are you saying frogs like
Yes,
F-R-O-G?
Yes, ribbit frogs. Yes. Then about a year ago, they called the police because his wife could not find her purse. So the police come knocking on my door, wanting to know if I had seen her purse. No. But this is typical.
Okay, I appreciate a bit of history on the background, and I understand it noise disturbances are difficult, and relationships between neighbors can be difficult, and we'll do our best to try to offer suggestions to help mend a neighborhood, and ultimately that's up to you as well. So but today I think what we try to do is to Mr. Pelkey, to your point about evidence and documentation, we really try to focus on the day of the citation. And what our job here today is to try to gather as much information and understanding if the barking is, now whether it's an irritant may be subjective, but trying to understand if it's excessive in nature, and if it is something that can be prevented if possible. And to the point though, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and when it comes to noise ordinances and dogs barking, you know, duration is probably the biggest thing. They can bark multiple times. Documentation of frequency as well as duration is usually what we try to gather information if possible. I understand we don't have that today. But anyway, we try to understand if this is no doubt an irritant, but if it's truly breaking noise ordinances. And I just wanted to mention, my point was that there is no time frame. Like, it's not, you know, oftentimes you'll hear about dogs barking at, 2 o'clock in the morning. But even if dogs do bark, but if they are barking excessively, that's what we try to understand. If there's excessive barking, even at 1:30 in the afternoon versus 1:30 in the morning, it's not limited and hampered by timing. So even if they're barking excessively during the middle of the day, what we try to do is evaluate the situation. So, so that's the foundation and the basis for some of our questions, to understand when is it happening, how often is it happening, duration of it, and specifically focusing in, even with ample history, focusing in on the day of the citation, August 15th, around 1:30 p.m. So again, I can appreciate the neighbor frustration and a long history, but please understand we're trying to focus in on the date of citation. Commissioners, is there any other questions that we can we have at this time to ask either party? If no other questions, does either party have anything else they'd like to add before we close for deliberation?
Nothing to add, but how do I get in touch with somebody to discuss some other things I need to discuss with animal control?
Sir, you can give me a call. I'll give you my number when you're ready to write it down.
I'm ready.
410-222-3920. And even if I can't help you with it, I'll know who can. So you can reach out to me right after this is wrapped up.
Your name's Paul?
Officer Hall, or Phil, whatever works for you.
Yeah, all right, Officer Hall. Okay, great. That's all. I'm good. I'm good to go.
Okay, thank you.
I'm done. Yep.
Ms. Haynes, anything else to add?
Just to add a note to it, because I don't see when they're in their backyard. I do have a bark collar for Gracie. So if I see kids and dogs out in the tot lot and she needs to go out, I put her bark collar on. It doesn't all the time prevent her from barking, but it's an attempt. And what can I do about him yelling all the time? He has been known to torment the dogs by barking back at them.
Well, that got called, that came to a screeching halt after you guys called the police on me for doing it. That has not happened.
I didn't
at
call.
all.
Hey, Jeff, I didn't
Somebody,
call the police.
whoever made the call.
Thank you.
I try
Thank
to be
you.
neighborly.
We need to focus on the animal today. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. I know there's a lot of history and it's really hard, but we will focus in on the citation at hand today. And I think at this time we are going to close to public participation and move over to open deliberations. Let's start. Elizabeth, can we hear from you?
Sure. Stephanie, you mentioned a lot of things. One, that these cases like this have a lot of history, and that it can be very, I think, it can cloud a lot of the things. So it is very important to focus on what we're here to do today, and that is hear about the citation on that particular day of August 15th. What I heard, for the dog is typical triggers for barking, and from the owner of Grace, it doesn't seem like she was irresponsible or not attentive to the barking. So it seems like she attempted to take action to get the dog back inside. So I think for those reasons, I just didn't hear and see enough evidence, whether it be other neighbors testifying or video or the typical things that we would normally see. There wasn't any evidence that I can say gives the conclusion that this citation should be upheld. So.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the testimony was that the barking on this particular day occurred for about 10 minutes. At least that's what I thought I heard. So if I'm wrong, someone please correct me. And I just don't think that rises to the level of a disturbance as contemplated under the code. So it would be my inclination to dismiss.
Thank you. Ed?
Yes, I agree. I believe that, the complainant has the burden of proof. I do not believe that was met today to sustain the citation. And part of me says, well, I think that both parties they know how each other feels. I think Ms. Haynes will make an effort to try to, keep the dog quiet. But I don't think the citation is warranted with this particular complaint.
Thank you. Matthew?
A lot of the same thing. I understand there's history there, but I don't think that, given the lack of a recording or corroboration from other neighbors, I don't think the evidence is there to warrant this citation. I'd be fine dropping it as well.
Tom?
Yes, I pretty much agree with everyone else. A recording on the day of the citation would have been good to hear. Moving forward, I think everybody's on notice now, so I think everybody understands what needs to be presented, and I'd be perfectly happy dropping it. So I'd move I'd make a motion to drop the citation if that's all right.
I'll second.
Wonderful. All in favor? Thank you. I hope you guys mend fences, if you will, and wish you all the best. Thank you so much for being here today.
And I'm sorry to jump in with something that's not entirely commission related, but Ms. Haynes, if you're still here, you were issued a comply notice to have your dog licensed by the 10th. We have not gotten that license. It did expire back in March. So if you could, just when you get time, be sure to license Gracie, because I'm the one that writes a citation at this point, but I'm going to hold off. So please take care of it when you can.
Phil, moving forward, before we, adjourn for today, I guess we're going to have a motion for minutes from last month, since I was the commissioner of record, the chairperson of record last month. How do we handle that?
Yes, sir. Let me take a look here. That was
Really?
8-2.
I'm just not sure procedurally how we make sure. I want to get this, we've been afternoon. I think we're all ready to take a break here and have some food. So get this done quick.
So you've already attested to them, and that was essentially you signing off on them. The motion this time would still be called by Stephanie, so I'll get those to her, and just make sure I got the right email here. Perfect. That's 277. Get those to you there. That should pop up momentarily for you.
Hey everybody, this is Robin. I just wanted to pop on and say thank you all very much. I know this was a very long and hard commission day, so I really appreciate everybody's patience and doing their best to make sure everybody got heard and really taking a hard look at the cases. So thank you guys very much for that.
Thank you.
Man.
Thank you, Robin.
So Phil, I did receive that email, and I can open and sign and send that back to you.
Yep, that'd be perfect.
Okay.
And just look over it and make sure I didn't make any grievous errors.
Okay, and that would be, so let me pull this up for today. No. I love secondary verification codes. Hold on.
I do have a question while we're waiting. Probably for Robin, maybe to answer. I'm just concerned with the second case we heard today. If that defendant would come and show up at animal control looking for another dog, is there a record there that would prevent that, or would she just be able to walk away with a dog?
Yes, our animal care records have a flag in the system.
Okay, thanks. Great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I will say with that second case, it was definitely nice to have the in that case, Dr. Hemmer was able to be very insightful there. I definitely think, any of us, if I'm not around any given month or whatever, I think we should always push to have a veterinarian around it to go over the medical issues. I don't think any one of us really understands that thoroughly. So I would think we should always look at that as a opportunity to, even if we have to push it back a month or whatever it is, understanding that could, put people in a bad way for a little while. But I think that really, had we had Stephanie here last month, I think we might have been able to figure out that, everything last month. So I think it's worth that, in the long run. And it's also good to have, I would also say last month, we had 4 commissioners. If we ended up 2-2, where do we go from there? I mean, if nobody ends up changing, I think that having an uneven amount of, commissioners would make a lot of sense too. I don't know how that works generally, but if we ended up kind of stymied at 2-2, I don't know that there's any, if we couldn't come to any sort of conclusion, I don't know where we would go from there.
Curran, what would you say to that question if they were to end up at a 2-2 kind of stalemate?
I mean, this is a recommendation, so they can make a recommendation that they can come to an agreement, and it's entirely up to the chief of police. They can make a recommendation that they would leave it up to the chief of police if it's necessary for the animal to be maintained by animal care and control for the health of the animal or protect it from cruelty, and that's the chief of police calls. But if the chief determines that the animal is to be returned, these are the recommendations for conditions of return that they agree upon. I mean, they could make the recommendation that either the chief of police determines that it's necessary for the health of the animal for the animal to stay with animal care and control, or that the animal be returned subject to specific conditions and outline those conditions. So since it's just a recommendation, it doesn't have to be as specific or as final. There can be more breadth to it about, encompassing more opinions and kind of giving the chief of police options that you're recommending as opposed to just one specific plan of action.
Thanks, Karen. Appreciate the insight.
So Phil, I read over, so it's the minutes from August 2nd is what you sent over. And it looks like at the bottom that Tom's name is there as the commissioner, as the chair. And so is there anything else that you need me to do? I'm confused, sorry.
Yeah, that's why I was
So my formatting, normally these would be hand signed, but with Zoom being what it is, that's right. The footer being attached. I'll just have to change the footer formatting so that way I can put your name in there. Since that's like the minutes from that month being approved in the next month, your name will go down there. Okay. That's my formatting error.
Okay, gotcha. Just making sure. I was like, what am I doing? Okay. And so then do you need me to make a motion to uphold the minutes from last month?
If you would.
Okay. I move to uphold the minutes from August 2nd, 2021.
I'll second.
All in favor? Great. And is there any other housekeeping that we need to do before we adjourn?
I don't think so. A motion to adjourn. I will let you guys know that I'm going to see who I can get to replace me next month. We're in the middle of the ORV program, and I'm going to be starting our trapping where we're going to be doing a density study out by Sandy Point. So I'm going to be heavily involved in that. So I don't know that I'll be available on that Monday, but I'm going to try to get somebody here. I haven't talked to my supervisor about it yet, but Greg helped out in the past, just had a baby, I think. So his wife just had a baby, obviously not, he didn't have a baby, but so we'll see how that goes. But hopefully maybe I'll see you next month, but if not, I'll get myself replaced.
Okay, sounds good. Also, I want to mention sort of a heads up to everyone, something that's been some wonderful news I'll share with you guys. It's been a long time coming, but we have a surrogate who is pregnant, and we are expecting a young one come March 2022.
Congratulations.
Yay. Congratulations.
It's been a long time. Thanks, guys. And so that's kept me away last month. Sorry I wasn't here. I know, so I know coming in 2022, I want to continue serving with the group as long as I possibly can. I know I'll probably be a little bit busy at that point. So, having a veterinarian on this board is super important, but I know going into 2022, there might be, I might have to pass the baton at some point. So in the meantime, I plan on being through the end of this year and as much as I can in the beginning of the next year, depending on doctor's appointments and things like that. But yeah, trying to find another great veterinarian in the area to serve our community. That will be, let me know how I can help with that, Phil, going forward. But like I said,
if there's anyone Stephanie, please.
Okay. Yeah.
I also work at an animal hospital. I can ask the vets at my animal hospital.
Okay.
That would be great.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. But yeah, so we're expecting and we're so excited. It's literally been about 10 years of us trying to have a baby. So
congratulations.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to share a little bit of joy for that too. We're so excited. I wish I could see you guys in person. I don't know. This has been really hard. But everybody's really wonderful. This is a great group of people, and I'm super just honored to serve our community together. So thanks for your time. With that, I would say I move to adjourn the meeting today.
Seconded.
I'll say, okay.
All in favor, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Stephanie. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks so much. Bye.